Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Now, before we start, people that are watching online may note only two of us walked in. We lost a wingman on the way in. Commissioner McIntosh is sick with a head cold, and will be joining us online this morning from home, but nothing to worry about there.
Mr Tokley will do the opening this morning for you, Commissioners, before I call the first witness.
Mr Tokley.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, today we continue our examination of recovery from natural disasters. And over the past two hearing blocks, you have heard evidence which explored the complicated and confusing mosaic that is the recovery process. The Commission has examined in hearings the responsibility for and experience of the Commonwealth, local governments and the states and territories in recovering from natural disasters. Today we explore another part to the recovery mosaic, the role of non-government organisations, charities, community organisations and agencies involved in community recovery. That evidence will also explore issues in relation to the role of governments and national coordination arrangements, collaboration, data sharing and standards to improve Australia's resilience to and recovery from the impacts of natural disasters. These matters are relevant to paragraphs A, B and F of the letters patent. On 9 July 2020, Council Assisting Ms Hogan-Doran, SC, provided you with an update of the impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires on the natural, built, economic and social environments. It is against this backdrop that we will canvass the experience of individuals and communities and the extensive impact of the fires on our native wildlife in order to improve Australia's recovery arrangements. Commissioners, there is evidence of the frustration and confusion caused to individuals having to navigate multiple service providers and provide the same information repeatedly. There is also evidence of re-traumatisation that people experienced each time they had to tell their story. The fatigue they felt by providing the same information to different groups and trying to navigate various support providers for their respective needs. These feelings were amplified when an individual is under personal and financial stress and aggravated by perceived red tape, ineligibility and bureaucracy. Commissioners, you also heard evidence of the ecological disaster that there was the 2019-2020 bushfires. Over 24 million hectares burnt, 300 nationally listed threatened species were in the path of the fire, more than 750 taxa are in need of urgent management intervention, and in Victoria it is said that if there is not a deliberate and focused recovery effort, the probability of some species persisting beyond 10 years is less than 1%. Today, in addition to pre-taped evidence from a community witness, you will hear from the following: the Business Council of Australia, with evidence provided by Ms Jennifer Westacott, the Chief Executive Officer, and Ms Lisa Paul, AO PSM, the Biz Rebuild Coordinator. A panel on social welfare recovery issues, with evidence being provided by Ms Bridget Tahan, the Policy Advisor from the Victorian Council of Social Services, and Ms Jo Evans, the Senior Solicitor from Legal Aid New South Wales. There will also be a panel on charity recovery issues, with evidence provided by Mr Noel Clement, the Director from the Australian Red Cross, Mr Toby O'Connor, the Chief Executive Officer from the St Vincent de Paul Society, and Mr Stuart Glover, the Head of Community Engagement from the Salvation Army. And finally, there'll be a panel on wildlife recovery issues, with evidence provided by Ms Leanne Taylor, the Chief Executive Officer from New South Wales Wildlife Information, Rescue and Education Service, and Dr Rachel Westcott, the Coordinator from the South Australian Veterinary Emergency Management Organisation. These organisations are delivering recovery assistance, and their perspectives will help shine a light on the experience of individuals, communities and wildlife in the recovery process. We will ask these experienced organisations to assist you by giving you their views into the delivery and coordination of recovery assistance and the challenges and opportunities to improve arrangements, by expanding on their reasons for their suggestions for improvement that can promote successful recovery from and resilience to future natural disasters, by expanding on the efforts of natural disasters on small businesses and the barriers to recovery for small business, by giving insight into the difficulties for affected people in accessing recovery support and the differential effect of disasters on socially vulnerable groups and their ability to prepare, by exploring issues relating to the sharing of information and data and the possibility of a single point of contact, and finally by addressing the importance of allowing vets early access during relief recovery and other wildlife recovery issues. Whilst we have limited time today, I would like to thank a range of organisations for their submissions and response to compulsory notices, which have helped shape the Commission's understanding of recovery and have been provided for your consideration. Their responses will be tendered in evidence today. These organisations include the Victorian Farmers Federation, the Council of Small Business Organisations in Australia, Financial Counselling Australia, the National Farmers Federation, Save the Children, Team Rubicon, Phoenix Foundation's Housing Relief Limited, Homeless List New South Wales, Justice Connect, the Fundraising Institute Australia, the Foundation for Rural and Regional Renewal, Aged and Community Services Australia, Monaro Family Support, Food Bank Australia, the organisation Give It, GIVIT, the Mindero Foundation, the Australian Council of Social Service, Volunteering Queensland, Volunteering Australia, Red R Australia, the RSPCA, WWF Australia, the International Fund for Animal Welfare, and World Animal Protection. Small businesses play an important role in the Australian economy and in communities across Australia. On 26 May 2020, you heard from Ms Kate Carnell, AO, the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman, who outlined some of the difficulties faced by small business during and after a natural disaster. You heard further detail during our recovery hearings with the states and territories a few weeks ago about the effects of the 2019-2020 bushfires on business and some of the grants in place to support businesses. Evidence from the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman and the CPA Australia highlighted opportunities for greater clarity and ease in accessing support services, including the need to do so locally where possible, and for greater alignment between jurisdictions around recovery assistance for small businesses, especially with financial assistance. There has also been discussion of the need for immediate assistance packages to provide financial and mental health services to small business operators, as well as to maintain dedicated assistance avenues specifically for small business, such as Small Business Financial Counselling Service. Today you will hear from the Business Council of Australia, and in particular details about Biz Rebuild, the BCA's new 5-year initiative, which aims to assist small business recover from the bushfires and rebuild stronger than before. Social welfare and legal assistance. Whether it is their capacity to prepare for or mitigate against a disaster, evacuate in time, or to recover in the long term from trauma and financial devastation, socially vulnerable people are often the most impacted by disasters and emergencies. These people often have fewer resources and less social support, mobility and housing options at their disposal. They live in physically isolated areas at higher risk of natural disasters and are less able to prepare for, respond to and recover from a disaster or emergency. The social impacts of the natural disasters can be seen in a broad range of groups, including children, youth, the elderly, people with disabilities, first responders, and those from lower socio-economic backgrounds. Particular impacts include financial hardship, legal issues, and escalation of pre-existing issues such as domestic violence and substance abuse. Community support organisations and agencies, such as legal assistance providers, see firsthand the impacts of natural disasters on our most vulnerable people. They provide support to people and communities before, during and after emergencies and disasters, and may be considered to be vital partners in responding to and recovering from natural disasters. Today we will hear from 2 community support organisations. The first is the Victorian Council of Social Services, VCOS. VCOS is the peak body for social and community services in Victoria. VCOS supports the community services industry and represents the interests of Victorians facing disadvantage and vulnerability in policy. The second is Legal Aid New South Wales. Legal Aid NSW is an independent statutory body established under the Legal Aid Commission Act 1979 of New South Wales and provides legal assistance services across New South Wales, including employment, housing and tenancy, fines, social security, credit and debt, insurance, domestic and family violence, access to government payments, family law and crime. Legal Aid also led the New South Wales community legal response to the 2019-2020 bushfires. Charities, both big and small, their local staff and individuals play a key role in how we respond to and recovery from natural disasters in Australia. For those affected by natural disasters, they may face complex and multifaceted needs. They can need crisis shelter and accommodation. They may need food, clothing and other essential items. They may need specialised support to address a range of issues, and charities are at the forefront of addressing these needs. The Australian community has historically come to the aid of people affected by disasters, and the 2019-2020 bushfires were no different. Following the devastation of the 2019-2020 bushfires, there was an outpouring of support from the people of Australia and the private sector. A snapshot of the donations provided in response to the 2019-2020 bushfires gives an idea of the scale of support. The St Vincent de Paul Society raised over $22 million. The Salvation Army's disaster appeal raised over $44 million through their disaster appeal, and the Australian Red Cross raised over $227 million for the 2019-2020 bushfires. However, it is also the work of charities embedded within local communities with a wealth of knowledge of the needs and dynamics of community relations that is important to successful recovery. Together with funding from the Australian Government and the state and territory governments, these charities were able to provide support and financial assistance to those affected by the bushfires. The Commission has received volumes of submissions on the dedication and valuable work of charities during the 2019-2020 bushfires. Charities across fire-affected communities delivered much-needed immediate relief services, including bedding, temporary accommodation, food and counselling, assistance grants to help rebuild and make urgent repairs, giving emotional support and practical assistance after homes are lost, and assisting the community with development and recovery programs. However, the Commission has also heard from the charities themselves that there are opportunities for improvement, greater coordination on the ground, the need for a single point of contact and greater information sharing, how funding is delivered on the ground, and the requirements of government funding are just some of the issues raised. Today, the Australian Red Cross, the St Vincent de Paul Society and the Salvation Army will provide you with their insights into their role in the recovery process, some issues that have arisen in the coordination and administration of relief, as well as fundraising and donations. Before lunch today, and consistent with the overall theme of understanding the experience of individuals and communities, we will hear from a community witness, Ms. Justine Douglas. As with most of our community witnesses, the evidence from Ms. Douglas was pre-taped in accordance with the COVID-19 protocols. Ms. Douglas lives in a suburb of Brisbane and was impacted by the 2010 Queensland floods. Commissioners, Ms. Douglas will speak of her experience and of long-term recovery following a natural disaster. The 2019-2020 bushfires, preceded by an ongoing drought, burned millions of hectares of habitat and conservatively impacted over 1 billion animals, noting that the WWF recently published research that estimated up to 3 billion animals. The impact on our native wildlife drew strong media attention during the 2019-2020 bushfires. Commissioners, our final panel today will include illustrative evidence from two organisations, WIRES and SAVEM, that's SAVEM. New South Wales Wildlife Information Rescue and Education Services Incorporated, WIRES, has been rescuing and caring for wildlife for over 30 years and is reportedly the largest wildlife rescue organisation in Australia. WIRES currently has 3,000 volunteers in 28 New South Wales branches involved in the rescue and care of wildlife, and they have a dedicated rescue office that operates 365 days a year, assisting the community to help native animals in distress. The South Australian Veterinary Emergency Management, SAVEM Incorporated, is a Tier 2 response and recovery agency in the South Australian State Emergency Management Plan. Their stated mission is to assess, rescue, triage, treat, shelter, and return to owners, habitat, or suitable long-term care animals of all species. Commissioners, these witnesses will provide you with an understanding of the issues that face wildlife recovery, including the importance of inclusion within emergency management arrangements, the role of spontaneous volunteers, and shortage of skilled and experienced veterinarians, and the need for greater coordination on the ground. Finally, Commissioners, I wish to tender some documents. Documents listed in the tender list provided by Council Assisting can be found at Volume 1, Tab A of your bundle of documents. The documents in the tender list include for each witness either a submission and/or an organisational response to a notice issued by the Commission. I tender the documents in the tender list as a bulk tender, and I seek a direction from you, Chair, that the documents identified on the tender list, together with the document's identification number, be recorded on the transcript as the documents tendered today.
So we'll take those documents and their IDs as tendered as evidence.
Thank you. And Ms Hogan-Doran of Senior Counsel will take the first panel this morning.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Thank you, Chair. I call Ms Jennifer Westacott, AO, the Chief Executive Officer of the Business Council of Australia, and Ms Lisa Paul, AO, PSM, the Biz Rebuild Coordinator of the Business Council of Australia.
Ms Westacott, Ms Paul, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
The witnesses will both affirm.
Ms Westacott, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms Paul, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. The Business Council of Australia has launched a number of initiatives to support relief and recovery efforts since the 2019-2020 bushfires. Our time this morning is limited, and I wanted to indicate that I want to focus on the financial assistance and in-kind support, first with you, Ms Westacott, and then the rebuilding initiative with you, Ms Paul. Finally, if we have time, I'll ask you to comment on the measures to develop an app to support in-kind initiatives. I'd like first, though, to start with your personal reflections. You both have deep personal experience involving senior leadership positions and roles in the public sector in Australia before taking on these roles with the Business Council of Australia. What do you consider are the key challenges in the public and private sectors working together in recovering from natural disasters, and how can those challenges be overcome? Now, that's a question without notice, and I might go to you first, Ms Westacott.
Certainly. Thank you, Council. Look, I think, as we've said in our submission, in both our first submission and our supplementary submission, I think the principal challenge is coordination. And so our suggestion going forward is that, given that we have established Biz Rebuild as a structure with a unique DRG status, that should be a body that government can work with in a permanent way. And we've also suggested that a permanent recovery agency be established so that it can respond quickly and that becomes a predictable source of coordination for both the business community and obviously for the communities impacted by any disaster. And if, on top of that, there were a capacity to put a Biz Rebuild in the architecture of recovery, we believe that would be a better way for galvanising the business community, coordinating their efforts more substantially and allowing people to mobilise more quickly. Because the second challenge is, of course, complexity and information. And I think if there were a better architecture linking both the business entity and government entities and the non-government entities, then we would be able to work more effectively together to get information to people impacted and to make sure that people were getting that timely assistance.
Ms Paul, I might go to you. Why is coordination so hard in Australia?
Lisa, you
Why? Well, there are many players. That's part of it. I think the thing that's really, and having been involved, as you say, for many years myself, variously, I think the thing that's really touched me about Biz Rebuild and this initiative of the BCAs is that it's underlined the importance of helping small businesses recover and the vital role that small businesses play inside communities. And it's something that Sir Peter Cosgrove, the chair of the initiative, said when he talks about small businesses being the glue in communities, and I've really seen that. And so I just would back in what Ms Westacott is saying by way of Biz Rebuild and the corporate sector and the business communities becoming part of the national natural disaster response and recovery architecture.
And you've both spoken about architecture, and I sense in that sense you're speaking of the need for a permanent arrangement rather than after each disaster they're needing to set up and scramble together and pull the goodwill of the different agencies and members of the community together and the business community together, but facing issues that continue to re-emerge each time, and we seem to be seeking to need to learn afresh. Is that the key advantage of it having an established architecture?
I think that's right, Council. And yes, one thing that I think we've learned is that there are some predictable things that could be done that if we had a permanent capacity to do them, you can ramp them up and ramp them down depending on demand, but you're not having to create the very architecture itself. So the first thing would be obviously a permanent recovery entity, working with a permanent entity coordinating business, and then obviously the non-government sector, as I've said. But in addition to that, in our two submissions, as we've said, that what we've learned from our work on the ground that Ms Paul has led has been that people need cash assistance. So JobKeeper, which I have described in my BCA role as a nation-saving initiative, was absolutely essential. So we call for something like JobKeeper, a wage subsidy coming into place very quickly in the advent of a disaster, because what we know is two things. People either are directly impacted by a disaster, but in the case of many small businesses, they're indirectly but similarly quite critically impacted by a loss of demand, a loss of customers, a loss of business. So some of those permanent things, Council, that we could just ramp into action rather than having to design them, would give everyone that sense of being able to get business continuity, and obviously our focus in Biz Rebuild's business. And the second would be those $10,000 grants. And then we would be able to swing in the sorts of things we've done, which we can talk about more this morning, our voucher program and so on. And then we're all kind of working together. And the other thing I think we could do in a more structured way is assemble the people from the business community who are wanting to volunteer. And the one thing I'd say that I was very proud to represent the business community on was how many people wanted to come into Biz Rebuild and get out on the ground and work with communities and give their advice, whether it was from a law firm or a bank or an accounting firm, that we could coordinate that. So we had a team of people with business expertise working with local business people, helping businesses get up and running again. That would be, I think, a tremendous assistance going forward. But it is those permanent, both architecture and forms of assistance, that I think we should just have a national permanent capacity to sort of put into place when these disasters happen.
Commissioners, I'll just have brought up for you the supplementary submission of the Business Council of Australia. That's BUC 500 002 0026. See that? If we could go to page 0040, which is page 14 of the actual submission. This is the first of the two pages of recommendations, and I just want to start with the first one, if I may, Ms Westacott, which is about, in the submission, earlier in the submission, it makes the observation that cash is king, particularly for small business and communities affected by natural disaster. And you've mentioned in passing the cash support and grants schemes that BCA has had a role in. And I just ask you to speak to the three things that are proposed here, which extend the work of what has been done in the bushfires, takes on some of the developments in the financial assistance packages that have been rolled out during the coronavirus epidemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and our proposals for the future, I take it, adapting the learning from both of those experiences. And we might just take the first one, which is a disaster wage subsidy scheme, and then move to the others. Thank you.
Certainly. Well, what we found when we got onto the ground was that people just didn't have money coming in. I think people often forget that small businesses and sole traders in particular live on very thin cash margins. They do not have big balance sheets like a major corporation would have. And so the kind of immediate cessation of that cash meant people could not see beyond the next couple of weeks. They could not see how they could get back up on their feet. So if there was something like the JobKeeper program, which, as I've said, has been, in my view, a nation-saving initiative, that we knew how it was designed, we knew eligibility, we could quickly swing it into effect in the event of a disaster. And we could design it in a way like it's been designed where you've got a loss of revenue. So in the case of JobKeeper, as you know, a 30 or 50% loss of revenue. And we think that design parameter is very effective. And then a disaster supplement, such as the coronavirus supplement, because, again, some people tragically do lose their jobs because they are not able to be kept on as part of a small business, or demand simply drops off, and that supplement, on top of what was the traditional New Start allowance, we believe would allow people to have that cash adequacy and give them a capacity to not fall into abject poverty. And then the third thing is a low documentation grant scheme, like the $10,000 grant scheme, but we are suggesting respectfully that that the documentation required for that be as simple as possible and as easy to access as possible.
Now, could I just ask you two aspects of those last two? The first is one of the things that we've heard in evidence is that the indirect economic impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires has been, in some respects, more significant than the direct economic impact, particularly because it was at the height of the holiday season. The fire-affected areas were largely tourist areas. And as I understand it, this disaster supplement would capture those effects on workers in small business and in those communities affected in that indirect way. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we have tried wherever we can to make sure that people could keep people working. So we've given you a case study of Beach House Stairs in Batemans Bay, which was about to lay off all of its apprentices because they'd lost their tools. We sought the assistance of Bunnings, and they gave around about $15,000 of tools. That meant they could keep working and they could keep those apprentices in place. However, it is not always the case that people can keep their workers on. And tragically, people then are stood down. And so this supplement will allow people to stay afloat, to not fall into abject poverty, because in many respects, as you say, it's not that something has been permanently lost in the sense of the destruction of a building. It's just that there is no demand coming in. And so the question becomes, how do you keep people in an adequate state of income until demand rebounds?
And the second aspect is this low doc grant scheme. Elsewhere in your submission, you make the observation that the vouchers that were being provided by the BCA were effectively, well, I might just get you to speak to describe the way in which that system was administered.
Well, I'll start and then hand over to Ms. Paul. But I think one of the things that we have learned is that small is often very effective. And so we were giving vouchers for tools, and we were giving cash vouchers for people to get assistance from their local accountant and their local law firms. It's very important that when organisations like some of our big accounting firms come in to assist, that they're not taking the work off those local accounting and law firms, that we're kind of trying to help the whole economy in a community. But, we've given just around about $1 million in those vouchers, and I'll get Ms. Paul to talk about this, but we basically decided that we would not seek application forms, that we would not pick people through a long process, but of course we're not spending taxpayers' money here, and I do think we have to be respectful that governments are spending the taxpayers' money, and they're often giving much more substantial grants, and so to some degree they do have to kind of give a level of assurance. But we did take a risk management approach, and we did decide that the most important thing was to get money on the ground as fast as possible. I'll hand over to Ms. Paul to talk about how it worked.
Thank you.
So we literally went out into the communities in the field and carrying vouchers with us and we would sit down with council, people from council, chambers of commerce, local business people, and basically work out who was in need, because those local people are the experts. They know who actually needs $2,000 voucher to retool, or needs $500 to get some marketing or digital or accounting or legal advice from their local providers. And so we just would give them the vouchers, and then the accountability trail came later after they'd used it, and we actually do get the invoices, so it's fully accountable. But at the back end, no application forms, no red tag, and no delay. There it was, and it was in their hand on the day. And I just would underline the importance of getting cash assistance to businesses, to business owners immediately. Could literally be within days of a disaster being declared in a particular area, and it would make an enormous difference to their future. And just to also reiterate, yes, the indirect effects were much more profound on businesses than the direct effects in some ways, or at least more widespread. I can't just say more profound on an individual basis, obviously, but the number of small businesses that reported to us, they've not been flame affected, they've not even been smoke affected, but they'd lost their entire summer season, which might represent anywhere between 40% of annual revenue to 90%. We heard that again and again.
So, of course, there were, as you say, some that were flame affected and directly impacted by the fires themselves. And we've got a photograph, Commissioners, for you of the town of Mogo and its CBD, BUC 501 001 0006. We have that displayed. And I have a subsequent photograph I'll take us to Ms. Paul, but I might just get you to speak to what the initiative was of the Business Council of Australia, and I think it then has led to other initiatives as a response to the 2019-2020 bushfire season.
Well, perhaps if I start, Council. So 25% of businesses were lost in Mogo. And they were very unique businesses that were actually, in the case of Roman Leather Goods, a magnet for our business, for tourists to come to Mogo. And so we found that people basically had not just lost demand, they had lost their buildings. So we approached, and I'll get Ms. Paul to talk through the kind of details, we approached the company ATCO, who provide demountable buildings. We then galvanised a lot of local support, including Beach House Stairs, and we've basically built a pop-up mall. And that mall is now operating. People are trading again. And I guess it goes to our central thesis of this rebuild, that the crucial thing for people from both an income point of view, but I'll be honest, from a dignity and purpose and sense of hope point of view, they want to get up and running again. And so, Nancy Southern, the chairman of ATCO, the global chairman of ATCO, Sir Peter Cosgrove, myself and Lisa, Ms. Paul, were able to kind of celebrate the trucks coming into town with those demountables to set up that demountable mall, land generously given by two local doctors. So it's a great example of some of the things in our recommendations, a personal approach, a place-based approach, a highly coordinated approach, but going to the issue, what really mattered for that community was getting their businesses up and running. But I'll hand over to Ms. Paul to talk about how we did that.
And just while you do that, I'll just have brought up alongside that, if I would, operator BUC 501 001 0003. I think this is the artist rendition of the pop-up mall. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Paul.
The first time we drove into Mogo, which is, as you well know by now, 10 minutes south of Bateman's Bay on the Princes Highway, we found Lorena Granados from Roman Leather Goods trading from a little marquee on literally in the gravel on the side of the road. Her site, which was their home and their business, is one of those on the left. We sat down with the local council and the local business owners and the Chamber of Commerce and said, would it help you if you could start trading well before your sites get cleared and you go through your insurances and go through the said. And it's a beautiful example of the combination of in-kind assistance from BCA members and the use of the tax-deductible trust the Community Rebuilding Trust. In that, as Ms Westacott said, ATCO donated generously 13 demountables, which are supporting 6 businesses to trade again, and also the Mogo Local Aboriginal Council, whose building was totally burnt down as well. So you see in the photo on the right, it's actually much higher up than that, with some lovely stairs built at cost by Beach House Stairs, who we got back into business through those 9 toolkits from Bunnings. And the trust fund paid for the verandas and the decking and all the rest of it. And those businesses started operating again in March, which is absolutely sensational, and they're still there. So this initiative will last for 2 years and basically cover the time in which all those businesses are going through their rebuilding. We're looking at something similar at the moment in Cobargo, and we're looking at something similar for businesses on Kangaroo Island.
I might just have brought up, if it's possible, operator, the BCA's earlier submission, which is BUC 500 001 0001, and if it is possible to do, we have 0008, the figure there. I'm showing this in a part to remind us of the impact of a number of towns across Australia, and certainly across the eastern, southeastern segment of Australia. You've just mentioned Kangaroo Island and Cobargo. And there's obviously a large number of additional towns there, and with the BIS Rebuild project, you've mentioned the community fund, the Community Resilience Fund that's been established, the trust, which, as I understand it, was facilitated by reason of some legislative amendments that were done in about February. Is there an intention to make that a permanent feature, as well as the sort of proposition you've made about architecture more generally?
Yes, it is. And I think we realised there were 2 things that needed to be done on a permanent basis. First is, of course, having a fund like this, which has got a unique DRG status, which allows us to assist businesses and provide infrastructure. And secondly, we needed a permanent entity to coordinate for impact, because business is always magnificent at stepping up. You know, business donated $70 million. That's just BCA members, Business Council members. They gave the full leave entitlements. They paid their small suppliers, as quickly as they could, almost immediately. They gave extended leave to volunteers, but we needed to coordinate particularly the recovery effort. And so the intention is to establish a form of certainly the trust is a permanent feature, and then an organisational arrangement that becomes a permanent feature of the business.
We commend the government for creating a DRG1 fund, the Community Rebuilding Trust, for which the charitable object is community rebuilding, and therefore can give donated funds to infrastructure and to small businesses.
Mm-hmm. Commissioners, you'll hear some more evidence in the course of today from the charitable sector, and I think one of your questions is to what other objects charities can provide their donations. Now, if we could just go to one last matter I wanted to raise, figure 2 on the next page, that's 0009. Early on in your work, Ms Paul, there was a roundtable convened by Sir Peter Cosgrove in Parliament House of local government associations and local councils and a vast number of other people. And there was a survey undertaken, I understand, after that roundtable. What we see here are the survey responses. And what is very significant, I thought, from this was that the top 10, I'll start that again. The top 2 of the top 10 was business development and cash flow and cash relief, which really stand out beyond the other concerns and surveys. And you've addressed this issue of cash flow relief in your response already, Ms Westacott, but the business development aspect, I wondered to what extent that continues to be a concern in a post-COVID or in a continuing COVID-19 pandemic response environment?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So just in terms of the actual bushfire response, not only did we give vouchers and tools, etc., we also gave a lot of advice, and that was very important in terms of assisting people to quickly assess their cash flow situation, their business recovery effort, and we held things like turnaround forums, and we had a mental health trauma expert on the team helping people in business just deal with the traumatic circumstance. What I think COVID has done is make that demand recovery, that indirect aspect, much more difficult. I think it's had two very profound effects. Obviously, for quite some time, people could not get that demand back. So if you think about something from Batemans Bay that has a very big catchment in Canberra, people travelling, that has not been able to happen, or certainly not until recently. And that has had a profound effect on businesses in the area of Batemans Bay, just to give one example. So I think this question of business development has not been fixed by us or fixed across the board. And one of the things that Ms. Paul and I have been talking about is what we want to start turning our people to now is what I call ramping up strategies. So obviously, if we can continue to unlock the economy from COVID-19 restrictions, then helping businesses with their development plans for ramping up for that summer period. As you said earlier, many of these businesses impacted were in tourist locations. And given that we're not doing international travel, then there's an opportunity for them to really ramp up and have quite a successful Christmas, New Year's season. And so we're going to start working with businesses on forums, on one-to-one strategies to assist them to think about, are you properly on TripAdvisor? Are you on What If? Are you getting your digital stuff right? Is your marketing right? And helping them, tap into the ongoing and very generous government assistance that's there that might allow them to do some of that capital expenditure. So the government has, done a tremendous amount under COVID-19, such as instant asset write-ups, accelerated depreciation, that would allow businesses to sort of think about, well, I could actually kind of do some investment on my accommodation, I can do some investment on my truck, on my tools, and try and help them bring it together so that they can get a strategy for the next 3 to 5 months.
And please note, Council, too, that those top two bars are, in their own way, both about cash.
Indeed.
Correct. Cash remains king. This survey was taken in the first week in February, and they just wanted to get back to business.
And I would perceive cash remains king. That is, it continues to be an ongoing, but even struggle for those fire-affected businesses.
Absolutely. I mean, as we know, across the country, COVID-19 has been exceptionally dramatic for tourism and hospitality and for the ancillary businesses that relate to it. I mean, a lot of people, I think about tourism just as, a hotel or a restaurant, but what about the service station that expects all of those people to be coming in? What about the local store that expects people to be coming in? That's not happening in many of these communities on the scale that they would have needed. And of course, it's important that we get people ready for hopefully an excellent summer where they can ramp up and utilise what has been a very, very generous government program around JobKeeper and those things I mentioned around accelerated depreciation. But people need that assistance to work out how to get it, how to apply for it, and that's some of the things that Ms. Paul's team will be focused on now.
I'll just say also, Council, that this initiative has brought home to us the impact that small businesses have in their own generosity on the rest of their local communities. So, for example, on Kangaroo Island, there was a scholarship program to support the living costs of young people studying tertiary studies in Adelaide. That was sponsored by the local Kangaroo Island small businesses that could no longer sponsor it. So we matched up Seek, who have now delivered donations into the trust fund to replace what small businesses would have supported. And so you get this small businesses are the heart of local economies in all sorts of ways, not just their own revenues.
And then just to add to that, Council, very briefly, Sir Peter and myself were very concerned when we started this that many people, you don't want people leaving communities because they can't find work or they can't get their business up and running. And I think it is something that we need to think about as a country, that we don't want to see population losses in these communities, because it then has this profound and lasting effect. If 25% of people up and go because they can't get things back up and running again, that is a profound effect on the local.
Just two last things. One is we heard in earlier hearings from local government, city local councils adopting a rural or a regional local council and providing staff or other support in the recovery effort. And you have in the supplementary submission at page 4 the proposal of examining an approach which could involve adopting a community. So a business community might adopt a disaster-affected community. What would be needed to make that happen? Who would need to lead that? It might lead on to the second question I have, which is to go back to the original question of coordination. Since the fires, we've had the pandemic and the establishment of the National COVID Coordination Commission, which is now becoming an advisory body to National Cabinet. How might this proposal of adopting a community or other kind of measures help coordinate the response of business?
Look, I think it would help. I think we're very focused on place-based approaches, because if you take sort of Mogo by way of example, it wasn't just the pop-up mall that needed to be done. It's rubbish removal. There are piles of things that just have to be done at a place-based. But potentially getting businesses through a better coordination mechanism, such as the BizRe Bill, working with a permanent recovery entity, would allow us to say, look, we really want these three companies working, whether it's a Caterpillar that's been magnificent in doing some of the clearing work, whether it's a major retailer providing goods and services, just to say, look, let's really concentrate in the areas which have been most impacted, so that the community feels that that they as a community as a whole are making progress, versus our traditional approach, this is not just in government, of taking programs of things and saying, let's do the clearing program, let's do the rubbish removal program, let's do the startup program. Let's actually remember that these are connected ecosystems of communities, getting a place-based approach, coordinated approach, and starting to get people to coordinate the impact in those severely affected locations. We're just suggesting it might be worth thinking about as part of ongoing architecture, that I believe, and I think Ms Paul believes, having dealt particularly with people in Mogo, that would have a more significant impact in people feeling that things were getting back on track more quickly.
Yeah, it's really important to have capacity for glue inside a community, and that glue might be supporting the local businesses, or it might be getting, as Ms Westacott said earlier, people on the ground from government or other places who can sit down with a small business or a family and help them navigate the plethora of assistances that are available. And that is still a call that we hear all the time. So if it's impossible to be as coordinated as we would love to see, because there are so many players all trying to do the right thing, then at least let's coordinate on a place basis with some folk who are committed to a community and who get known by the folk in that community. We actually, for your interest, found, Council, that some companies did adopt towns. Exactly. So EY, for example, has done a lot of work in Lakes Entrance in Victoria, and so on. And there would have been more of that had COVID not. In terms of getting councils to adopt councils, it's just a call out, and we certainly have heard of that being attractive as well. But once again, it needs to be invited by the fire affected or the disaster affected community. And I would underline what Ms Westacott said by adding that it's not just a case of coordinating in place, it's a case of not assuming that what you're hearing from one place can be applied to everywhere else.
Commissioners?
No, it was a great summary of the good work that's been done. I'll go to Commissioner Bennett first for a question.
Thanks, Chair. I'm interested in a couple of aspects in particular, of the things that you've raised, and it all does, make sense, and it follows a lot of evidence that we've heard otherwise. But also to deal with two of the concepts that you've raised. One is the permanence of some sort of coordination mechanism to deal with that, but also the specific coordination that has taken place and is likely to take place. Just dealing with coordination, you say in your submission, you point out that you've developed a very close relationship with the National Bushfire Recovery Agency, and I'm assuming that that means that there is coordination with them in what you're doing, and that you know what they're doing and they know what you're doing. That would be right, wouldn't it? Yes, you're nodding. Thank you. Transcript notes, they're nodding. But I'm now looking, you also may have heard the opening, for example, of the enormous amount of money that's been received by the various charities. And I was wondering of the extent, I know that you're focused on business and that the charities are probably not necessarily focused on business, but they're focused on the people who run the businesses as well. So I was just wondering also whether you have been coordinating with the various charities that have been playing in this space of some of the towns in particular that you've been in.
Yes, we have. So thank you, Commissioner. We've certainly coordinated the Red Cross in particular in some places, and we also were, of course, present, not in a permanent way, but we visited the recovery centres and so on. So I think there's probably more scope for that. We're a lean startup organisation, but yes, and we have had the privilege of sitting in all the coordination mechanisms that the National Bushfire Recovery Agency has auspiced. So there's a charities meeting on a fortnightly basis, which we attend. There's a peaks meeting. I think we attend about 4 of them on a regular basis, and that started with the Prime Minister in January.
Are there similar coordinating mechanisms in many of the local councils that you've dealt with, where you've been able to coordinate with, for example, charities or local, not just the big charities, but perhaps more local charities at the local government and community level?
Our main coordination at community level has been with both the councils and the chambers of commerce in the area. So, because we've been trying to focus on small businesses, and indeed the Community Rebuilding Trust Commissioner has actually funded some project officers to work to help coordinate local chambers of commerce and local businesses.
Okay.
So we usually sit down with the whole community. That will, of course, include charities. We've often run into Minderoo, for example, as we've been doing our rounds, or Red Cross, but mainly it's been chambers of commerce, in other words, the local small business people themselves and council.
There's one good example, Commissioner, though, that Ms Paul can talk about, which is the Cudgewar Community Hall, where we're working with the local Jewish community.
Yeah, that's true. So Cudgewar Community Hall on near the border of New South Wales, just in Victoria there, were quite affected by fire, the community, and the Victorian Jewish Community Cultural Fund is funding the work we're leading with them on replacing and updating that community hall. The hall was used, we found across our work, Commissioner, that community halls were places of refuge, but were often not safe.
Yes, we know.
And they were built a long time ago. So we're actually working on about 5, 5 or 6. Yeah.
Thank you. So that leads me nicely into the next question, which is, you talked about the importance of keeping these arrangements in place. Has the Business Council actually made a decision to keep this planning system in place, bearing in mind recovery is not a 6-month or 1-year process necessarily, and while we hope there are no future disasters, that hope may not necessarily be well founded. So is this now going to be a permanent feature of the Business Council of Australia?
Yes, and the community, when we set this up, we set it up as a 5-year initiative, but the intent was always to make it a permanent feature in whatever form was going to work on a permanent basis, on an ongoing basis. So, yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful as well. The question was asked initially by Ms Hogan-Doran about why is coordination so hard in Australia. I don't think there's been both of you have unbelievable insights that could help answer that question. Probably we don't have the time now to go into that in detail. But in terms of overcoming the difficulties in coordination, you have raised a couple of matters, it seems to me. You've raised the concept of a permanent standing disaster recovery agency. Do you see that as being, in effect, the body that could coordinate? Two things now I'm come to. One, coordinate people like yourselves and the charities, or provide a facility for coordinating yourselves and the charities and the local governments and all of the other players in the space, charities large and small?
Correct. And I think part of the challenge of coordination is it is complex, and there are many, urgent things that have to be done that are about saving people's lives and saving assets, saving wildlife, and of course then there's the very quick recovery that has to be done to actually get people's livelihoods back on track. And so I don't think any of us, and Ms Paul and I have got a lot of experience in the public sector, no one should underestimate how complex this is, but having a permanent body that I guess puts on autopilot the kind of way we do things. Now, to Ms Paul's point, you can't impose solutions on communities. You've got to work with communities, and I'm very proud that our initiatives have been community-led. But having, I guess, a menu of things that we know we have to do. We have to get cash assistance to people. We have to get some kind of grant to people so they can get back up and running again. We have to get advice to people. If we can sort of develop that menu, and then, of course, you kind of mix it based on the needs of the community, we believe that would be tremendously helpful. And having those single points of contact so people know where to go. And then finally, Commissioner, I think this place-based approach that we're recommending is essential, because if you're in the position of, say, the people we met in Mogo, it's very difficult if you've got multiple agencies, whereas if you've got sort of like a sense that that's the group of agencies and businesses working in Mogo, and there's a single point of contact for people, it just makes it easier for people who are very traumatised to navigate.
I think
yes, I'd say, Commissioner, just to underline what Ms Westcott's saying, you need the coordination from at the national or state or, the top level, so a single body, as you've said, and then inside each community, and not necessarily even on a shire basis, but at that very granular basis, you need folk in there physically who can be the glue to help coordinate all those players on the ground and help bring the community together. And it would have been marvellous to see not only the cash assistance coming out within days, like JobKeeper did for COVID, but also a flotilla of folk on the ground who could get into communities and help draw all those agencies together.
And may I say, Commissioner, I think, sorry to just very quickly, I think having people on the ground, whether it's in this rebuild, whether it's in government, whether it's in the not-for-profit sector, who are a continuous face for people to see, rather than people who've been through, in some case, just astonishing trauma, loss of life, having the same people that they're dealing with day after day gives them a sense of confidence, I think. Whereas if they're seeing a different person every week, and we know this in both areas that Ms Paul and I worked in government, if you're dealing with complex situations and complex families, multiple agencies with multiple people turning up is very difficult and traumatic for people.
We
so
heard
having that continuity.
We heard that. We've heard a lot about that, and of course, there's all questions about information sharing, which is not where we're going to go with you at the moment. But it seems to me that what you're proposing or what you're dealing with, bearing in mind that you've also made the point, and as you've said now, pre-packaged solutions do not necessarily work for individuals when you get down to the individual businesses, because each business has its own sets of requirements. But what you're envisaging, as I understand it, is that you can have a national infrastructure, but if you have that integration facility, then within national programs and within or state-sized programs or even local area programs, you can have then people such as yourselves coming in with individual programs that can work within that frame. I hate the word framework. I have to find another word. Within that bigger picture to deal with the individual responses that are necessary, but perhaps that can't be dealt with by way of a national, just a single national set of standards that were applied, because you've got to get down to the individual, but you can have that integration process.
Correct, Commissioner. That's absolutely correct. I think the issue is if you've got things you can draw down on, so you've got wage subsidies, you've got cash assistance, the government loan program, which is a very generous program, then it's about how you mix and match those in consultation with people on the ground with a continuous presence of the same people that allows people to build confidence and get to the bottom of things and problem solve together. It's that mix that we're talking about. What is more complex is if you're trying to, and I don't like the word framework either, if you're trying to invent the framework as you go, that is the kind of frustration that people feel about I'm not getting support. If we had the framework and we can draw down on things and blend them at a local level, I think people will have that sense of confidence. And you know, I do want to commend government though and Andrew Colburn's agency, because they have been magnificent. I mean, the speed with which they got up and running, you know, I do believe that they have done a very nationally significant effort in drawing together what was in terms of the kind of scale of this national disaster and its breadth across the country. I think they've done a magnificent job.
I only have one last question, and thank you. No, that's very helpful, and certainly supports some of the other evidence that we've heard and things that we've read. I've just got one other question for you, and that is, there's been an enormous outpouring of support, with regard to the 2019-2020 bushfires. And certainly it would seem from the evidence that we've seen and what you've said that your members have, risen to the occasion in terms of, being able to be called on. And if we're going to have this as a long-term proposition, do you see that from your members' perspective there's a risk of disaster fatigue?
I think there's a risk. I think, it's a very good point you've made there, Commissioner, because one of the things that, of course, that's happened in COVID has been that some of those companies have had to save themselves. If you think about the kind of colossal task facing Qantas and Virgin just to kind of keep their people employed and keep their organisations running. Having said that, and of course you think of the incredible task of the supermarkets and Bunnings and, these stores that have kept the country going and kept food, when we were kind of, having this panic buying. I do think, though, that, if I think about these companies and the way they run, and obviously I, should declare that I'm a director of Wesfarmers, I do think that people have developed and fine-tuned their crisis response in a way that's been quite outstanding. And I do think there's now a culture and set of systems in companies that, we're going to have to deal with these things for quite a long period of time, be it COVID-19, be it, the science, I think rightly saying to us we're going to see these natural disasters on a more frequent scale, on a more severe scale. And I don't think certainly in any of the Business Council companies that I deal with, there isn't that acute awareness that we have to develop this rolling capacity to respond to adverse events. And I would say companies, be it from the banks to the supermarkets to GE and ResMed converting machinery into ventilators, that people have done an outstanding job, because one thing business is magnificent at is problem solving.
But also the DGR1 status would also be of assistance.
Absolutely. And look, I commend the government for getting that done so quickly, and that will be of great assistance because that will allow us to kind of quickly ramp in and coordinate for impact. And certainly our business council members were very pleased to see us do that, so that they've got a kind of focal point that they can direct things to.
No, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Very helpful.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. I have 1,000 questions, but I won't because. But it's been very, very good, and it's been structured. In fact, I do have one question, and you've been through a structured stand-up. So I'm just interested in a general answer because timeliness is important here. Having gone through the standing up arrangements, could you give us an example of how much time it would save compared to having standing arrangements already stood up?
Oh, weeks.
Weeks?
It would save some businesses from just folding. You know, what I'm hoping to do, Commissioner, to set up the BCA for the next natural disaster season is to have in effect, a business continuity plan where it's really clear what should happen on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and that, you know, as soon as a disaster is declared or a disaster is even looking like it might be declared, you could get the cash assistance underway on a geographic basis. You could get the folk out on the ground into communities who help coordinate all the various players. You could get the folk out on the ground helping families and individuals. You know, you don't even have to wait for the recovery centres, even though they were done so well in the past. I think, you know, I think it will save at least weeks, if not months. And for businesses, it could save their livelihoods, full stop.
In fact, and I'm glad you gave it that. No, weeks and months is life and death for businesses, and so I appreciate that. And one final question before I go to Commissioner McIntosh. You're looking at a particular part of the sector. Ms. Westacott, you mentioned primary producers, wildlife area, and there's a lot of other sectors out there. Is there a lessons learnt forum that someone is pulling together where they can draw on the lessons that BCA has gone through in standing this up, that they might be able to draw on for the next disaster and the disaster after that?
We hadn't thought of that, Commissioner, but it's an excellent idea because I think the other issue that I know the Mindaroon Foundation is particularly focused on is how do we build resilience going forward? How do we build resilience in our natural environment? How do we build resilience in our infrastructure? How do we build resilience in our business community so that we're faster to both respond to a crisis and recover from one? So it's a very good suggestion and I'll act on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Commissioner McIntosh, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've got two. First one, we've heard from a lot of people about the extent of underinsurance and of both households and businesses not having any insurance. I just wondered whether the BCA, through its experience in this event, has any information on that and any views on what measures could be taken to address that issue.
I think the Insurance Council will have more detailed information, Commissioner. However, it's certainly, I would say from our own observations that often farmers in particular are underinsured. So, you know, that we heard anecdotally several times that the house had been saved, but everything else had been lost. In other words, the tools for livelihood had been lost and they were not insured. You know, the fences and so on, the big equipment, the sheds and so on, and it was only the house that was insured and that was what was saved. So there's a sense of kind of deep irony there. And yeah, we have heard it, but I've heard it mainly from primary producers.
Is there any issues that you think could be done to promote greater insurance coverage by particularly the business sector?
By small businesses, you mean, Commissioner? It wasn't so the small businesses that we found were non-insured or underinsured. It was more on the farmer side of things, which of course are excellent. And at our forums, we actually had the local insurance brokers attend as well, Commissioner, and you know, and there was a lot of generosity actually from the insurance companies towards small business owners in terms of getting their payments out fast and so on. So we will continue always to encourage businesses to insure.
And one of the things with our voucher program is the potential for people to get advice. from their accountant about underinsurance, because many people don't actually realise that they're underinsured. So one of the things that as I said at the beginning, sometimes small amounts of money are quite significant. Being able to get that advice about going forward, am I insured correctly, I think is going to be very valuable to people.
We found the network of local insurance brokers quite important.
Yes.
They're important local players, and they can be drawn on for education purposes. For example, that insuring for BALFZ or whatever the building rating has to be for someone is something that needs to be.
Thanks, both. The next question or issue I'm really interested in is, particularly in the wake of COVID, there's a lot of calls for the government to play a much larger role in this space, and you've kind of touched on that with the idea of having a disaster wage subsidy scheme and having a low doc grant scheme. One thing I am concerned about those sorts of proposals is the potential for, if government plays a greater role, it disincentivises businesses and households from taking preparatory measures like getting insurance. Do you think that's an issue, or do you think the extent of government assistance is not of a magnitude that changes particularly business incentives?
It's a very good question, Commissioner, and we, would argue all the time that the crucial role of government is one to provide a floor, to provide assistance to enable people to get back up and running again. And our principal objective has been to see that people have got the advice and the assistance so that they can actually get their businesses going again. But of course, what we've seen is an extraordinary confluence of the bushfires and COVID-19, which of course has delayed their capacity to get back up and running. But there's no doubt that I think government has got to play these kind of roles when they need to, but the crucial thing has to get businesses back going again, and that's why our vouchers around advice have been really important, our retooling vouchers, our laptop program, all of those things that allow people to get started again, and that's our philosophy. Because people do not want to be on government assistance forever. They want to get their businesses going. They're very proud of what they've built, and they want to see those businesses thriving again. And we do have to draw, and that's why, in a broader BCA capacity, we were very supportive of the government's announcements last week to taper down JobKeeper. It's got to be targeted. It's got to make sure the incentive mix, to your point, is correct, and that the incentives to get going again are greater than the incentives to not get going again.
Thank you both. Thanks for your evidence, and thank you for the work of the BCA. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
And a good question and a good answer. Thank you very much. And be pleased to see Commissioner McIntosh sleeps with a Royal Commission banner under his bed that he can draw out at any time. Ms Paul and Ms Westcott, can I thank you very much for joining us this morning, and I echo what Commissioner McIntosh said, what the Business Council of Australia has done in a structured way for the businesses is very much valued around Australia, so thank you very much for that, and I do encourage you to take those lessons and try and pass them to the other sectors. I think they'd be very worthwhile. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Yes, may they both be released from this.
They may both be released from their summons, and once again, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner, could I propose a shorter morning tea adjournment, because we do have another panel waiting?
Yeah. Let's take, we'll take an adjournment till 11:25 Canberra time. Yeah, thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 11:25.
Do you want to sit here?
Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley.
Chair, this morning we'll be hearing from a panel on social welfare recovery issues. The two persons that I'll be seeking to call are Ms. Bridget Tehan, the Policy Advisor of the Victorian Council of Social Services, VCOS, and Ms. Jo Evans, who is a Senior Solicitor with Consumer Law Legal Aid New South Wales. Ms. Tehan, Ms. Evans, I understand you'll both take the affirmation, is that correct? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Tehan, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tehan, I might begin with you, and if you could just, for the benefit of the Commissioners, explain your role in VCOS, and also if you could outline the role that VCOS plays in relation to natural disasters in Victoria.
Certainly. So my name is Bridget Tehan. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at the Victorian Council of Social Service. We undertake research, advocacy and capacity building in emergency management, focusing on the needs of vulnerable and disadvantaged Victorians and the community sector organisations that support them. So through consultation with community sector organisations across Victoria that have been impacted by emergency events, we provide submissions to reviews and inquiries, we produce independent reports, we contribute to emergency management policy development, as well as a range of programs and projects relating to emergency management. Some of the key disasters in Victoria, I guess, that we've contributed to in terms of reviews, inquiries and others have included the 2006 and 2009 Black Saturday bushfires, as well as the bushfires that took place just this past summer. The 2010-11 very widespread Victorian floods were another emergency or disaster in which we played a role, and more recently the 2014 Hazelwood mine fire. I would just reflect that since 2009, the reform of emergency management arrangements in Victoria have seen a really significant shift and change in the way that Victoria approaches emergency. Thanks.
Thank you. And Jo, could you please outline your role in Legal Aid New South Wales and the role that Legal Aid plays in New South Wales following a disaster?
Yes. So my name is Jo Evans. I'm a Senior Solicitor within the Civil Law Division at Legal Aid New South Wales. I manage the Consumer Law team. The Consumer Law team focuses on the legal needs of people in New South Wales from socially and socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds. Our areas of specialty are credit, debt and insurance. But we are part of a broader civil law division that has a generalist practice in areas of law that affect disadvantaged people the most. So areas of law like credit, debt, housing, employment and social security.
Thank you very much.
Legal aid.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I beg your pardon. Please continue.
Okay, I was just going to, thanks. The Legal Aid New South Wales has been involved in disaster recovery in New South Wales for over 10 years now. Our usual role is after when a disaster is called, we contact what was then Office of Emergency Management. And our experience in previous disasters is that, there's usually one sort of clearly defined disaster in one time period. And disaster recovery centres or recovery centres are set up, and a number of services go to those recovery centres, and include services like health, local government agencies, Centrelink charities and so forth. And we attend those recovery centres to provide legal assistance to people who are affected by the natural disaster. And the legal assistance is usually in the areas that I just mentioned. Insurance is always a big one, but other issues which can really impact on people's daily lives, like credit, debt, housing, employment, tenancy, financial hardship, and so forth. In this most recent disaster, our response had to be a little bit different. There wasn't, particularly north of Sydney, there wasn't sort of the large-scale recovery centres set up. So we did a number of things. We attended 68 community meetings to give the community information about the sorts of services that we provided. We staffed a 1-800 line where people could contact us and get legal advice from a specialist over the phone. And then we also sent solicitors give face-to-face advice and casework to the larger recovery centres on the South Coast in Bega, Ulladulla and Batemans Bay. And then we also sent solicitors to a number of roaming recovery assistance points, particularly in the Snowy Valley, but all over all over New South Wales.
Thank you very much, Ms Evans. Ms Tehan, could you speak about the impacts of natural disasters on the vulnerable groups and what sorts of social issues arise during and after a natural disaster?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that resilience is the cornerstone of emergency management in Australia, and resilience is really exemplified by people and communities that have resources and capabilities to prepare for, respond to and recover from things like natural disasters, but it also enables them to cope with longer term stresses, so thinking about things like climate change. But we know that people living in poverty, migrants and refugees, children, people with disabilities, older people and people who are homeless or live in poor quality housing are more vulnerable at all stages of a disaster, so both before, during and after it strikes. We know they've got fewer resources and less social support, often less mobility and less housing options at their disposal. So if you're living on a low income and you can't afford insurance, if you have mobility issues and you can't physically clean your gutters or prepare your property for a flood or a bushfire, if you don't speak English and you can't understand emergency warnings, all of these things actually lead to reduced resilience. One organisation that we consulted with just recently with regard to the 2019-20 bushfires said that the recent bushfire has highlighted that already existing inequities in society and in rural and remote communities. I believe that the poor and the disenfranchised with less access to resources bear the brunt of any disaster with less ability to bounce back. People who are unemployed, newly arrived, mentally ill, single-parent families, and not only bear the brunt, but can often be further marginalised by the rest of society if they're not seen as worthy of support. So I think this really highlights the issue that people who are vulnerable and disadvantaged are in fact disadvantaged at every phase of emergency management.
Thank you, Ms Tehan. Do the natural disasters not only impact upon the delivery of services to such persons, but they also impact upon the organisations delivering those services?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think there's a few things to unpack there. So one is that community organisations really provide key services, and again, right throughout emergency management cycles. And I think one of the really things that it's important to note is that the Australian Business Roundtable found that the social cost associated with disasters is often larger than the financial cost. So that includes things like mental health, drug and alcohol services, chronic disease, services for family violence and so forth. So you can see that these kinds of services are really critical to ensuring that people are able to get back up on their feet and manage and start their recovery journeys. Some of the impacts that community organisations experience when a disaster or an emergency hits can include things like dislocation or relocation, significant financial impacts to business continuity and continuity of care, occupational health and safety liabilities, issues with staff well-being and staff psychology. And with their strong sense of community responsibility, combined with these really high periods of activity, can often lead to quite significant burnout or feelings of emotional exhaustion by community organisations that are delivering services on the ground.
Thank you very much, Ms Tehan. And Ms Evans, did legal aid also experienced a somewhat similar effect, both in terms of the delivery of services that were given to people affected by natural disasters, but also upon the persons providing such services as well?
Yes, I would definitely agree with that. We have one solicitor whose role is dedicated to insurance law and disaster response. We always expect when there's a disaster to divert some resources to delivering services as part of the recovery. But this, the scale of the bushfires this year, I'm sure you've heard this many times, this was absolutely unprecedented, and it did put a lot of strain on our services. We had to move a lot of resources around. Staff came back from leave early. Our legal aid executive in January this year made a decision to create some short-term additional temporary roles, and at that point we didn't know if we would be reimbursed or not. We were calling on solicitors from all around the state to volunteer to travel to deliver services and to staff phone lines, and that impacts on those solicitors' home offices as well, because when we have solicitors offline at the recovery centres, their managers and so forth are covering extra clinics and things like that for them back in their home offices. We had lots of solicitors because we're New South Wales wide. We have 24 offices across New South Wales. Lots of our solicitors were personally affected by the bushfires as well. We had solicitors who one solicitor, she was evacuated 4 times from her own home, and then she was also working at the recovery centre delivering legal assistance services. As I said, we had staff return early from leave. We had one staff member cancel his long service leave to come back and help. I mean, I should say, our lawyers, they want to do this work. It's really rewarding work, but it put a lot of strain on our organisation, and the things that we were doing, all the arrangements that were in place, they wouldn't be sustainable long term. We were doing a lot of work around a lot of extra work, and as I said, we created temporary positions to manage the workload. We're very aware of a trauma-informed client practice, so we're aware that our clients are often experiencing trauma, and that can impact how they interact with us, their ability to give instructions, can impact on their memory, but we also take a lot of care to look after our own visitors, to make sure that they're not traumatised by the work that we're doing, and that that's something that's important for us to do, but obviously it is resource intensive. Can I make just one quick comment?
Of course.
As I said earlier, that our focus is on socially and economically disadvantaged people, and that's right. But I think it's an important point to make that we do recognise in the context of a disaster that people who would not be our traditional client group, or people that wouldn't normally access the services of legal aid, can become vulnerable and do need more assistance than they might ordinarily need. So we do recognise in the context of a natural disaster that anyone in a disaster affected community is a priority client and becomes eligible for advice and legal assistance.
Thank you very much, Ms Evans. Ms Evans, Ms Tehan, I want to ask you a question around volunteers, if I may, please, because we understand that a number of people put up their hands, and of course there were people in respect of legal aid who are offering, say, pro bono legal services. Are there issues around the incorporation or integration of people who provide services on a sort of ad hoc basis or volunteer to provide services once they're aware of the existence of a natural disaster and the impact it's having upon people? If I could perhaps turn to you, Ms Evans, first of all, and in the context of any pro bono legal advice or assistance that might have been offered, and how that might be integrated into the services that you were offering.
Yes, so I think our partnerships with community legal centres, with CLCs New South Wales, with specialist community legal centres like the Financial Rights Legal Centre and the pro bono sector are absolutely integral to our response. So we partnered with Financial Rights Legal Centre, for example, to deliver training to the Shoal Coast Community Legal Centre, and then the Shoal Coast Community Legal Centre was able to send solicitors to help provide legal assistance at the recovery centres down on the South Coast. But in New South Wales, Justice Connect managed the pro bono, the private profession pro bono sector, and Justice Connect has a wonderful online portal. So when we saw matters that were outside our area of expertise, and they're quite often business disputes, commercial disputes, we were able to refer those very quickly and easily to Justice Connect, and Justice Connect placed them with a pro bono private solicitor.
Thank you very much, Ms Evans. And Ms Tehan, in relation to volunteers and people putting up their hands to assist, how can they be incorporated or integrated into the services that are provided by your members?
Yeah, absolutely. So look, spontaneous volunteers, as they're known in the emergency management sector, which are volunteers and people that put up their hands with an enormous amount of goodwill to offer support and assistance for disaster impacted communities, are a really important consideration in how emergencies are managed. And as I said, this gesture of goodwill can be really wonderful, but it can also be very overwhelming and actually place quite a significant administrative burden on organisations at really critical times. And we can certainly recall in 2009, and also even with the recent bushfires, the sheer volume of material donations that are provided actually becomes quite a headache and a nightmare for organisations to try and manage it, the storage, supporting, distribution and disposal, if that's the case. So we know that in Queensland there have been greater resources and programs put into place to manage emergency volunteering. And for example, I think there were around 28,000 volunteer registrations for the Care Army that have registered during this current pandemic. And an initiative of this size that helps to effectively manage the volunteering workforce, and that is match skills with organisations that need those skills, that can help to manage the volunteer, manage the liabilities and so forth, is really only possible with a dedicated partnership. And in this instance in Queensland, that was between the Queensland Government and Volunteering Queensland. It's a well-established, dedicated and ongoing resource for that portal, if you like, that helps to manage those spontaneous volunteers. And I think that's something that's well worth considering to be replicated in other states and territories to help manage that goodwill and really harness that goodwill.
Thank you, Ms Tehan. Ms Tehan, and Ms Evans, I want to turn to another topic now, and that is whether the organisations that you represent are embedded in state emergency management arrangements. And if I could start with you, please, Ms Tehan.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, if you could just give me one moment. So I think one of the key recommendations that VCOS makes is the need to really formally recognise and embed the role of community sector organisations right across jurisdictions. And in terms of local coordination, that becomes even more critical. I think one of the things that community organisations really bring to emergency management, to recovery arrangements in particular, is a significant level of community trust and legitimacy, a deep understanding of and connection to local communities. So they know their community's strengths, they know their community's weaknesses, they know where the vulnerable members of the communities that might need additional support lie, know where the strengths are that can really be harnessed and garnered to support recovery efforts. They've got a willingness to be involved in disasters. They're very committed to their local communities. And so they're really, really well placed. And I think that role that being an interface between government and the community puts them in a really fantastic position to be able to contribute to emergency management from, mitigation and planning all the way through to recovery. I think that that local lens brings such an important aspect.
Thank you. Ms Evans, is Legal Aid New South Wales embedded in the state emergency management plans, to your knowledge?
So we have a long-standing arrangement with what was an Office of Emergency Management, and so we have been involved in all the major disasters in New South Wales over the last 10 years. The arrangement is we would welcome the opportunity to formalise that arrangement. Generally, our contact with OEM has been in the immediate when the disaster happens. We haven't been involved in pre-planning, and we would very much welcome the opportunity to be involved in that stage. And we would see our role ideally as assisting in coordinating the whole legal assistance sector. So all the organisations I was referring to in my previous answer, obviously there's resources involved in coordinating all those organisations to provide an efficient legal assistance response, and we would welcome the opportunity to take that on.
Thank you very much, Ms Evans. And
Totally.
yes.
If I could just add something to that question, would that be okay?
Of course, Ms Tian.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of state and national level governance groups, emergency management governance groups, there are really only a very small number of community sector organisations that sit on any of those groups, and largely those are organisations that play very formal operational roles. So if we think about Red Cross, that has a very operational role in providing immediate relief to communities in the event of an emergency and support with evacuation and so on. The Red Cross has a seat at the table on those very senior state level and national level governance groups. VCOS is a member of a couple of groups here in Victoria. One is the State Crisis and Resilience Council's Relief and Recovery Subcommittee. And during the current pandemic, VCOS was invited to be a member of the State Relief and Recovery Team, which is one of the 6 key teams supporting the State Control Centre and the response to the current pandemic. And I think membership of these governance groups really allows VCOS to contribute directly to the development of policies and plans as they relate to emergencies current or future. And with a real focus on people facing vulnerability and disadvantage and the community sector organisations that play such a critical role in supporting them. And if I could just point to the case of the current pandemic, where we have had community organisations that have not stopped for a single moment, regardless of whether or not they've had to shut down, whether or not they've had to pivot their service delivery to being online, people working from home, continuing to support very vulnerable community members, whether that's in mental health, family violence, homelessness, and a whole range of other things. And I think it's been really important and really valuable for VCOS to be able to sit on those groups, provide feedback into the planning to say this is what vulnerable members of the community need, but then in the two-way feedback mechanism to be able to actually start to feed back down information into what plans are coming, what the community sector needs to start thinking about and doing in order to support their communities through current crisis.
Thank you very much, Ms Tian. I want to now turn to a slightly different topic, please, and that's the experience that the vulnerable people have, or disadvantaged people have, in terms of actually receiving recovery assistance, and in particular whether, and I might go to Ms Evans first of all, whether there was feedback, Ms Evans, around filling in of forms, the complexity of forms, the fact that people had to tell their story on several occasions and the like. If you could comment upon that, please, Ms Evans.
Yes, I mean, I think I said earlier that lots of people become vulnerable immediately after a disaster. But as Ms Tian said, the disasters, particularly impact on groups that are already vulnerable, already socially and economically disadvantaged. Certainly, and I guess we want to stress is the importance of early intervention in terms of providing assistance, both from sort of allied health organisations, community organisations, and legal assistance. So, I mean, what our staff saw in the recovery centres was people who were really overwhelmed. We gave a lot of assistance in filling in forms. For example, there were people that wanted to apply for grants, and they had, unorthodox living arrangements. So, for example, they may be living in a cabin on a property, but they're not on a formal lease. So it was difficult for them to qualify for a grant, and they had to do a stat dec to set out what their circumstances were. And then in lots of cases, they were able to qualify. But we provided a lot of assistance helping people do stat decs for grant applications. It is an issue, what you mentioned, having to tell your story over and over. And I think that this comes up in the context of COVID-19 as well, when people are in financial hardship and having to apply to lots of institutions for hardship assistance. We certainly would welcome something in the planning process that allowed people to complete a document where they could tell their story, and that they could use that document for a range of applications. There are the range of state government and Commonwealth government grants that are available are complicated, and there's often a whole raft of new grants released in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, and it can be difficult to keep up with all the different grants that are available, and they all have different application processes, different forms, different evidence requirements. And, people are facing really practical problems, like, people were without phone lines, people were without internet, people didn't have printers, and for people that are already socially marginalised, it can be really overwhelming. I saw one gentleman who, he had an injury during while he was preparing for the bushfire. He had to go to Canberra to have that injury treated because there wasn't anything local available. Everybody was affected. While he was there, he made a mistake with his parking. He got a $615 fine, and he used his Centrelink $1,000 payment to pay that fine. But when I spoke to him, he had tried to go online and explain the circumstances, but he didn't have internet access. He had low levels of literacy, and he simply wasn't able to complete the form asking for leniency. And we see lots of situations like that where early intervention and early assistance can really, really make a difference. And it applies to people managing their own insurance claims as well. We saw people who low-income people, but who had insurance, but who were just experiencing difficulty in the claims process. So, for example, people who generally live week to week, who don't have any doubt in, I guess, in their financial situation. Who had lost everything, who had rented alternative accommodation, but who just couldn't get on to their insurer to find out if they were going to be covered for temporary accommodation or not. So living with, as well as trying to recover from a disaster, just living with the everyday stress of not knowing if they're going to be able to afford where they're living, and not knowing if they're going to be able to pay their debts, and whether they're going to have a home for their family over the coming months. So for those reasons, we really stress the importance of embedding legal assistance as part of the raft of services that are available to people immediately after a disaster.
Thank you, Ms Evans. And Ms Tien, was the experience of VCOS the same, or the feedback VCOS received was the same?
Yes, absolutely. I'd really echo everything that Ms Evans has just said. And I think really the complexity of navigating the various systems and processes across federal, state and local government as well as grants and funds being offered through charities and philanthropic organisations and others, can be really overwhelming. Many people don't even know where to start, and there isn't a real coordination and a sort of a centralised point where people can access all of this information and, more importantly, have support to walk them through it. Some of the things that we would really encourage would be, I guess, expanding some of the mobile recovery centres and ensuring that information and advice is available out of hours. And outreach is another fantastic way to ensure that information and advice really gets to those people that need it. Data and information sharing with consent. So again, echo Ms Evans' point about a single source of truth, if you like, in terms of a form or some information that's only needed to be provided once, but that can be used for multiple purposes. Would really save a lot of trauma and a lot of time for people that are really struggling to cope and to get their heads around things, let alone trying to navigate a really complex system. Some of the other things we certainly hear about is ensuring that information is accessible for everybody's needs. So that's including information that's culturally appropriate, that's translated, that meets people's communication needs, and importantly reaches those people that may not be able to access technology for a range of reasons. For example, if you don't have access to the internet, if you have digital literacy issues, you need support in being able to understand where and how to access these opportunities.
Thank you, Ms. Tien. And I now want to turn to a fourth and final topic, and it's around the question of whether, in your views, there are any opportunities for mitigation activities that could be undertaken before a disaster, which might reduce the impact of natural disasters on the vulnerable groups that you engage with and represent. And if I could go to you, Ms. Tien, first of all.
Yes, thank you. Look, I think poverty is really the biggest barrier to disaster resilience. And there's some emerging research from the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC, which is finding that income gaps actually increase after a natural disaster. So people living on low incomes, small business owners and part-time workers are more likely to lose income following a disaster. And we know that income shapes all household decisions. Increasing natural disasters present an increasing threat, I guess, to social equality and all the benefits that flow from that. So addressing poverty is really key. Another form of mitigation for people living on low incomes and vulnerable people more broadly is the issue of insuring. And we know that non-insurance and underinsurance is a really significant problem. Up to 30%, I believe, of homes destroyed in the recent bushfires were either uninsured or non-insured or underinsured. It's really important that we address this from the perspective of making insurance more affordable and more accessible. We really need a lot of flexible insurance opportunities for people living on low incomes, and that might be for your contents only. It might be an insurance option that allows you to pick and choose what you might like to insure. So rather than these big blanket coverages which are unaffordable and so therefore aren't taken out, allow people to select an insurance product that is suitable for their needs. Other things that can support the resilience of vulnerable people and really start to address some of those mitigation questions include some of those cross-sector partnership opportunities that allow vulnerable people to prepare and become more prepared and therefore more resilient to emergencies and disasters. We know that there are a lot of program pilots that have taken place through various government funding initiatives under natural disaster resilience funding programs and others that have seen some really terrific results. So where you might have a local CFA that's partnered with a disability organisation to target people with a disability to support their planning and preparedness for emergencies. Those pilot programs have great outcomes, there are great learnings and insights, great relationships developed and great collaborations. But unfortunately, those short-term funding arrangements, the funding dries up, the pilot program and all of that learning sits on a shelf and the cycle starts all over again. So I think what we really need is some sustained long-term funding that looks at those really collaborative efforts that really embrace that whole of community approach that we know really works in terms of supporting vulnerable people and their disaster resilience.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tehan. And Ms. Evans, any similar thoughts in relation to whether there are opportunities for mitigation activities that might be undertaken before a disaster, which could reduce the impact of natural disasters on the vulnerable groups that legal aid represents?
Yeah, so sort of coming from the context of the legal assistance sector, I sort of put up mitigation activities under two main headings. One would be community legal education, and that would go to two groups. First of all, to community members themselves, but also to other community organisations that might be assisting those community members. Lots of the issues that we help people with are not issues that people necessarily identify as a legal problem or think I need a lawyer to help me with that. So for example, someone might be talking to a mental health worker about their mental health, but in the context of that, they might describe things that are causing them stress, and it might be, for example, a delay with an insurance payout, or they're being told by their insurer that they're not covered for a certain part of their property or something like that. We think that it's important that community organisations at that point are able to identify those issues for their clients as legal issues and refer them early to get advice and assistance early on. So we see a role in community legal education for the community and also for community members. I wouldn't limit it just to insurance. I think there's a great role for community legal education about financial hardship more broadly and what options people have who are in financial hardship. People do have rights under the credit law to seek financial hardship arrangements. Banks, insurers, energy providers, credit providers, most of those large organisations have financial hardship policies and programs. And if people in the community and their support workers know about those programs, then they can access support when they need it, when they're struggling in the immediate aftermath or in the months after a disaster. We also see a role for the legal assistance sector in identifying systemic issues and raising those issues and bringing our casework experiences to regulators and to industry. We do engage regularly with the Insurance Council of Australia and with the relevant regulators, with ASIC and external dispute resolution bodies like AFCA, and we talk about the issues we see and the systemic issues, and talked about the chronic issue of no insurance or under insurance, and we would say that is a national problem. The Insurance Council of Australia at the moment is engaging in some work around disclosure in insurance so that consumers can actually better understand what they are covered for and what they're not covered for. And they're also looking at creating a standard insurance policies so that people can actually understand the basics of what's included. At the moment, insurance policies vary so much. It's really difficult for consumers to compare different policies and make an informed choice. And we support all that work and we actively participate in that work. And that role we see as an ongoing, continuous role and contributes to mitigation and contributes to helping community members recover or assist in the recovery process after a disaster.
Thank you very much, Ms. Evans. Ms. Tehan and Ms. Evans, there's lots more questions I'd like to ask, but I think I need to hand over to the Commissioners, given the time constraints. Thank you for your time this morning. I'll now hand you over to the Commissioners and see if they have any questions for you.
Okay, Commissioner Bennett has a question, then I will have one, and then we'll go to Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a question for Ms. Evans. You spoke about the difficulties in terms of staffing and available people at Legal Aid to deal with it. But you've also referred in your submission to the fact that you had enormous offers of pro bono support from the Law Society and the Bar Association. And I'm not dealing now for the moment with your reference to Justice Connect and other pro bono legal services as such. But I mean, I'm just wondering what use you made, because not only was there apparently offers of the Law Society and the Bar Association, and certainly with the Law Society, one would have thought that some of those members would be could reach down, either were themselves local solicitors or at least could reach local solicitors and therefore give work, you know, through that to actually people who are within the community. And we also heard that the BCA members, some of the large law firms, offered enormous amounts of pro bono legal work. I think some, solicitors spending, up to 20 hours a week, or matters such as that, in pro bono legal work for the disaster-affected areas. So I'm just wanting to know what integration did you have with that, with all that available help, rather than just concentrating on adding more people into legal aid, especially in the short time frame that you had. Did you actually reach out to those people as well and integrate with them in the provision of legal services in the disaster-affected regions?
Yes, we did. So in January, we coordinated a large meeting with Pro Bono Australia with a number of law firms who are offering pro bono assistance, and also with Justice Connect. And you're absolutely right. A lot of private law firms put up their hand to volunteer. We made the decision that Justice Connect would manage the pro bono offers from the private sector.
But didn't that take the weight of it off your shoulders? I mean, you were talking earlier about the pressure of dealing with this, and I think you said you had only one permanent person who engages in this space. But wouldn't this have taken the burden off Legal Aid's shoulders to spread that with all of the other available assistance that was being offered?
Yeah. Sorry, I just should correct myself if I misspoke about that. We have one solicitor whose role it is to specialise and to manage that, but always when there's a disaster on, solicitors from right across the state within Legal Aid New South Wales assist in the delivery. It's not just one person. And certainly we do, as I said, we partner with community legal centres and local community legal centres, and they helped us in staffing the recovery centres. Legal Aid New South Wales, we have a large civil law practice. We're different to other legal aid commissions around the state by the fact that we do have this large civil law practice. We see benefit in our solicitors and in community legal centre solicitors going because we have the practice. I guess we do a lot of early intervention work. We do a lot of work where we, by providing early dispute resolution assistance, we help people at early stages to stop legal problems snowballing.
Yes, but I understand that. But in a situation where you've got this enormous influx of work that needs to be done, I'm just trying to find, and where you had enormous offers of pro bono help, and maybe they weren't, and many of those lawyers would also have the ability to deal with the sorts of advice that Legal Aid could offer, or could get up to speed on that pretty quickly. I'm trying to understand how much you integrated with that, rather than trying to do it all yourself and taking on more people. Did you in fact integrate because there seems to have been an awful lot of legal services being offered, whether you integrated with that rather than trying to take the burden all on yourselves, or too much of it on yourselves?
So in terms of the presence at recovery centres, we share the burden with community legal centres, but it was Legal Aid and the community legal centres that did that work. What we did, where there was work that we didn't have capacity for, particularly where we didn't have expertise, we referred that work to Justice Connect, and Justice Connect placed that work with pro bono law firms, and we referred a lot of matters to Justice Connect. We certainly couldn't have done it without the assistance of those private law firms.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to clarify that. Thank you very much for your help.
And thank you for that. And noting the time, I will hold on any questions and we will go to Commissioner McIntosh, please, to see if he has any questions.
No questions from me, Chair. Thank you both, the witnesses, for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. T and Ms. Evans, thank you for your time this morning and slightly into the afternoon. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Mr. Tokley?
Thank you, Chair. If there are no further questions for the witnesses, and I have none, if they could both be released, please.
They can both be released. Thank you, ladies. We do appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair,
With that, we will take a 3-minute adjournment while we bring in the witnesses for the next panel, and we'll reconvene at 12:15.
thank you.
Rise. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr Tokley, let's proceed, please.
Commissioners, now turn to the second of our panels, which is charities. I'll be calling three witnesses. Mr Noel Clement, who's given evidence before, but he is the Director of Australian Programs, the Australian Red Cross. Mr Toby O'Connor, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the St Vincent de Paul Society, and Captain Stuart Glover, who's the Head of Community Engagement for the Salvation Army Australia. If I could please call those three witnesses.
Mr Clement, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Mr Glover, Mr O'Connor, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And Mr Clement, I understand that you'll take the affirmation?
Yes, please, Council.
Mr Clement, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr O'Connor, I understand you'll take the oath?
I will.
Mr O'Connor, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Captain Glover, I understand you'll take the oath as well?
That's correct.
Captain Glover, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, there are a number of topics I'll be asking you questions around this afternoon, but first of all, I'd like each of you to just give a very brief outline of your role within your organisation and the role that your organisation plays in respect of natural disasters. And if I could, please start with you, Mr Clement.
Yes, certainly. So I'm Director of Australian Programs with Red Cross, and my responsibilities include all of our humanitarian work across Australia, including our emergencies work. Our role in emergencies, we have roles in every state and territory jurisdiction emergency management plans. Consistently, that includes psychosocial support, psychological first aid, and what's called Register, Find, Reunite, registering people following evacuations. And then we take on a range of other roles in specific jurisdictions, such as food and water in Victoria, evacuation centre management in Northern Territory and Queensland, etc. So that's during response. We undertake a lot of work to support communities to prepare for emergencies. We get very actively involved in informing emergency management policy, and we're involved in recovery support for communities following particularly significant large-scale emergencies.
Thank you very much, Mr Clement. And Mr O'Connor, if you could introduce yourself and the work of the Society, please.
Yes, Mr O'Connor, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the National Council. The Society in Australia is a federated structure. The National Council is the superior council. We do not, at the National Council, deliver any direct services. Those services are delivered by the entities in the states and the territories. The only thing to point out here is that in Canberra-Goulburn, we follow the geographical region of the Catholic Archdiocese of Canberra-Goulburn, which takes in parts of the south coast of New South Wales, all of the ACT, up to Goulburn and out to Lake Angelico, and the other jurisdictions are state-based. We are not first responders. We deliver services through our members, who are local folk living in communities, and we are also, our state entities are also recipients of the emergency relief funds, and therefore are providers through our systems of those monies.
Thank you, Mr O'Connor. And Captain Glover, if you could identify your role and that of the Salvation Army, please.
Thanks, Council. Stuart Glover, Head of Community Engagement. Within my portfolio is the disaster response team, along with other activities like poverty alleviation, financial counselling and chaplaincy network. The Salvation Army's response, we're a national movement in all states and territories. Similar to the Red Cross, we are part of disaster management plans, and depending on the jurisdiction will depend on the role that we play. These things cover from food relief, provision of food support, and emergency financial relief as well in the first instance. We also play a role with first responders in separate arrangements with them in supporting them as they deal with the natural disasters, depending on what it is. And also we have a role in recovery and rebuild using our donated and government-related funds. As an agent of government for emergency relief, we also distribute emergency relief payments if that's part of the government process determined on a disaster by disaster basis.
Thank you very much, Captain Glover. Gentlemen, I want to now go to the question of coordination, because one of the focuses of the Royal Commission is on national coordination. And for this purpose, I'm just going to bring up a part of Mr. Clement's affidavit. I'll give the reference in one moment. The purpose of that is simply to use that statement as a focus or for discussion. It's not to pick on Mr. Clement. Could I please have document number ARC.501.001.026? And if you could highlight, please, paragraph D. And if you could enlarge that. And Mr. Clement, if you wouldn't mind, please, or gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind having a read of that particular paragraph, and that will form the basis of our discussion. So the first thing I wanted to ask, and I might ask Captain Glover, was did you encounter any difficulties in the coordination of recovery assistance, particularly around, for example, the responsibilities of spontaneous volunteers or unsolicited donations?
Yes, this happens every disaster, essentially. There's two parts to the unsolicited donations. One is material goods. While the Australian community is very generous, when they provide a number of material items, it requires a set of logistics to distribute those items properly and well. And when our volunteers, because we are also a volunteer-based movement at the immediate responses, stretched in terms of delivering the first responses, having to deal with those material aids creates a problem. Secondly, I mentioned in my statements, we also provide food support. And again, the Australian community is very generous in providing food and meal provisions, but given the nature of providing food support these days, we need to ensure that all food is safe and has prepared in an appropriate manner through the food handling processes, which are different in each state, but quite similar. And so accordingly, the acceptance of donated food becomes problematic. If it's tinned or non-perishable food, there's still a process of actually making sure that that food is appropriate and within date. And unfortunately, quite often we have to not accept some of those donations because of those situations.
Thank you, Captain Glover. Mr. O'Connor, did the Society experience difficulties or encounter difficulties in delivering recovery assistance, particularly in relation to recovery centres?
Councillor, I think our experience was similar to the Salvation Army in terms of, I think on many occasions we advise the public not to give us furniture or clothing for the time being in the immediate aftermath of the disaster. Our members worked closely with the recovery centres and followed the lead of the organising groups in those areas once the recovery centres were established. Prior to the recovery centres being established, our volunteer members operated out of the binny shops or other community centres to provide immediate assistance, and that varied across the region. So, for instance, particularly in the southern part of New South Wales, where the fires were very rapidly moving and very severe, I think our experience is that our members responded fairly quickly, whereas in Victoria, the approach was more that they are not first responders, so they tended to wait to come in once the recovery centres had been established.
Right, thank you. And gentlemen, and by that I mean Mr. Glover, Mr. O'Connor, the question I've got for you really, and I'll then come to you, Mr. Clement, is can the recovery assistance be better coordinated? Are there ways in which you can see that things could be improved to the benefit of the experience of the individuals who are affected? Perhaps Mr. O'Connor, first of all?
Yes, we would have the opinion that those arrangements could be better organised. Clearly, it would help to have a stronger coordination or central person that can play that role in the regional or the local centres. Somebody who's experienced in trauma management and case management, so that we have a more coordinated approach to all of the assistance that's on offer in a local area, and preferably in a way so that people do not have to retell their story constantly to those folk who are assisting, so the various charities or the state bodies who are there to assist. So particularly with the speed of the fires as they went down the coast, there were people doing the best they could, but certainly with greater coordination, perhaps the response could have been better.
Thank you. Mr. Captain Glover?
Look, I think we would echo St Vincent's comments there from Toby. I guess for us, the sharing of information is a critical issue, and again, to ensure that we don't re-traumatise people who experience natural disasters again by asking to tell their story again and again and again, and also a clear information source about what is available that's accessible by all parties, I think would also be helpful. So that I think also for people who are wanting to volunteer, just going back to your earlier question, if there was a portal where people could register and indicate that centrally, that would be good as well, or at least not the capacity to volunteer for a particular space. That's going to be helpful rather than not helpful. That would be another thing that we would say would be helpful.
Thank you, Captain Glover. And Mr. Clement, if you wouldn't mind commenting upon paragraph D, and in light of what you've also heard from Captain Glover and Mr. O'Connor, whether you feel there are ways in which things might be better coordinated, and you've mentioned in that paragraph D that there are, to your knowledge, currently no ongoing arrangements, and whether that could be improved.
Yes, so if I can just clarify, are you talking about during the response in evacuation centres or longer-term recovery?
Longer-term recovery, first of all, please, yes. Or both, really.
Sure, okay.
If you can address both, that would be helpful.
Sure. So in the response phase, I'd say the existing arrangements that are in place at the state and territorial local government level, I think largely work well. There are examples where there certainly have been challenges, but with agencies being clear about their roles and the sort of supports that are provided, I think that is coordinated fairly well. I think where it becomes problematic is when we move into recovery. It sometimes takes some time to set up recovery arrangements that are coordinated. And for people who live across state boundaries, we see some differences between supports provided across states, which means sometimes that people are not getting the same support, even though they live in a broader community that happens to be split by a state boundary. So in reference to ongoing multi-state arrangements, it's those sorts of situations where disasters cross state boundaries that we see better coordination could be in place.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Captain Glover, would you agree with what Mr. Clement has said? Is that your experience as well?
That's our experience. And given the disaster that we're talking about today, which did cross state boundaries, it was a major issue. I guess the other thing for us was that given the nature of this last disaster, we moved staff around the country in order to make sure we had appropriate levels of support. And so because of the differing arrangements, there was sometimes a little bit of confusion. If we moved someone from Queensland down to Victoria to respond there, they had to come up to speed pretty quickly with the different arrangements. And if there was a consistent way of doing that, that would make that process of resource sharing across state borders a little bit easier for us. And given the nature of a disaster, that needs to happen pretty quickly. So,
Thank you, Captain Glover. Mr. O'Connor?
Council, we would agree. Certainly, the comments I made previously were really in response to the immediate aftermath of the bushfires as they went through. One of the things that charities and also governments had to deal with was going across the jurisdictional boundaries, and that also complicates things. We know that the states have pretty sophisticated and experienced at emergency relief. I think when the Commonwealth came in, because it went across so many boundaries, that it would help to have protocols worked out in terms of assisting charities and also folks looking for assistance, how the Commonwealth works with the states and who's actually, directing the traffic in various areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. I'd now like to bring up documents. Gentlemen, I'm going to change topics, and I'm going to move to the topic of information sharing. And if I could please have brought up onto the screen document NND.001.00324.01_0015. And if you could highlight the passage under the heading Sharing of Data and Information, please. And Captain Glover, you'll recognise this as one of the documents prepared by the Salvation Army. And gentlemen, if you just wouldn't mind taking a moment to read that particular paragraph, and then I'll ask Captain Glover to speak to it briefly before moving on to Mr. O'Connor and Mr. Clement. And when you're ready, Captain Glover. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Council.
Yes.
So for us, we experienced the issue around finding out who was actually impacted, and essentially the model was that people had to come to us in order to receive assistance. It would have been helpful for us to know from government, which we weren't allowed to access, to share that information where those people were, so we could proactively go out and engage. So for us, better access to government records of those impacted areas and a better communication between the recovery centres would help us to be more proactive in that space. And we acknowledge there's a privacy legislation issue in that area, and so there's an issue about obtaining consent. But I think there's a way through that one, but that would help us respond to people, again, going back to that, making sure that we're doing trauma-informed responses. We believe that if this was fixed, that would help the people who are impacted by disasters.
Thank you very much, Captain Glover. And I'd now like to bring up another document, please. It's and I'll come to Mr. O'Connor. It's NND.01084.01_0004. And it's the very bottom two paragraphs under the heading Accessing Data to Assess Need in Real Time. And Mr. O'Connor, if you wouldn't mind reading that particular paragraph, the first paragraph and then the second paragraph, then we'll have to go over to the next page in a moment when you've done that.
Yep.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. And if it's at all possible, operator, if we could also bring up the remainder of the second paragraph, which is on the next page, which is the _0005 page. So I think, Mr. O'Connor, you're advocating for accessing data to assess need in real time, and it obviously reflects the point that was made by Captain Glover, that access to information is essential to assist those in time of need.
Yes, Councillor, that'll be right. So we would agree with the sentiments expressed in the Salvation Army's submission and Captain Glover's statements. And I guess we need to distinguish here, perhaps helpfully for the Royal Commission, a number of the charities were sourced with emergency relief monies from the Commonwealth. So the aim there is to try and get cash payments out to people fairly quickly. So what we found was when people were in the bushfire areas, they needed immediate assistance, and the best assistance we could give them was the cash payment. There were also monies provided by the Society from its own funds, and then as the donations began to come forward out of the donation pool as well. So we've got 3 lots of different monies that the charities are providing to people in need, in necessitous circumstances. In terms of the money for emergency relief purposes, it was quite difficult to ascertain that we were giving money to folk who hadn't received it from another charity. In other areas of emergency relief or relief given to folk in need, for instance, the drought assistance is given, the charities have worked on a specific geographical area, so we go into 1 LGA each, so there's no possibility of double-ups that people can ask for assistance from both charities. So we think that having a system in place which shares the information with charities who are the providers of the emergency relief money would be helpful. We understood from discussions with various departments within the Commonwealth and then later the National Bushfire Recovery Agency that there was a lot of information that the Commonwealth had that it could have provided to us, but under the privacy laws that was just not possible. And the time frame to get those processes in place also wasn't possible given the speed of the fire. So I think our suggestion or our recommendation is that we give some thought to how we might be able to more speedily provide money to people in need. And I guess also there may be an opportunity for the government to consider providing access or providing money to people through their MyGov system. All of that is automated. Most people have a MyGov account. It would seem that would be a very fast way of giving it to people who qualify. And using a reasonably simple online system might also assist in the distribution of those monies in a speedy manner.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. Could I now please have that document taken down and have ARC.501.001.027 brought up? And if we could please highlight paragraph 114. Thank you very much. And Mr. Clement, you will recognise this as a part of your witness statement, your affidavit. And yes. In paragraph 114, you address some of the issues that I've just talked through with Captain Glover and Mr. O'Connor. That is about information sharing, having access to information, and so that people in need can be assisted by the charities. And in paragraph 114, you identify that in paragraph 114, little paragraph A. But you also mention in paragraph C the use of such systems as the Register, Stop, Find, Stop, Reunite system. And I'm wondering if you could please talk about that in the context of the discussion we've just had around information sharing, if you could speak to 114 sub C.
Sure, thank you. So Register, Find, Reunite is a single system created at a Commonwealth level that's implemented in each state and territory jurisdiction. its primary purpose is to register people who've been evacuated with the intent to be able to reconnect people who've separated from family during a disaster. So what we have flagged here is it is a repository of information of people who've been evacuated in an emergency that could be used as an entry point to recovery, to be able to contact people in that emergency who've been impacted, to let them know that assistance is available, firstly. And secondly, it has potential, but it's not its purpose at the moment, to be built upon as a single source of information about people who've been impacted following a disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. And Captain Glover, do you think if a system such as Register, Find, Reunite could be expanded to incorporate the sort of information that you were talking about earlier, it might be of assistance to those on the ground, such as the Salvation Army?
Certainly, I think that without knowing the details of that system, just the way Noel mentioned it, I think that would be a helpful piece of information that we would be able to use and do our job better and quicker, which would, again, assist the people who have been affected by bushfires or other disasters for that matter.
Thank you. And Mr.
Thank you, Council.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, Captain Glover.
I was just saying thanks, Council.
And Mr. O'Connor?
Yes, Councillor, that Register, Find, Reunite system certainly sounds like it would offer a framework to possibly move forward with.
And Mr. Clement, have you put forward the idea of to use Register, Find and Reunite to other charities or to the government? The Commonwealth government?
So we have talked about it with Commonwealth and state and territory governments over a fair period of time as a potential entry point for recovery. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I now wish to turn to another topic, and that is concerning fundraising and allocation of funding. And first of all, if I could ask Captain Glover, if you could we have some figures provided by the Salvation Army, but if you could just update us on those figures. We understood that the Salvation Army received something over $40 million during the Salvation Army Disaster Relief Appeal, I think it's called.
That's correct. So donated funds was $44.5 million approximately. That came from Australian public, it came from private benefactors, and also we received donations from overseas Salvation Army entities.
Right, thank you. And how much of those monies, do you know how much of those monies have been expended in the provision of bushfire relief to individuals or others?
Yes, yeah. So 21.5 million to date. That's of 30th July, I should say. And we have plans to spend the rest of that money over the recovery period.
Right. And is there a defined term for the recovery period?
Not in a calendar time, but essentially we're there to assist people to ensure that they've recovered to the extent that they can, and obviously within the resources that we've got to support them. I guess one of the challenges of disasters is that that's not determinable because each disaster is different, and each individual who experiences a disaster responds in different ways. And so some people recover quickly, depending on their resilience. Others take a lot longer time. And I probably also would add there that this is the reason why we need to ensure we have funds for the whole period, because as we move down the recovery process, the people who need support and assistance at the later dates are generally more complex and require more support. So we find that the initial support that we provide is very quick and fairly simple, but as we move down the recovery process, it gets more complex and requires more case management type support, as well as more and increased financial support. Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Captain Glover. Could I please have up document ARC.501.002.001? And Mr. Clement, this is an update to your witness statement, and you'll see in paragraph 33 that you've identified that as at the 30 June, the Red Cross had received $227 million.
That's correct.
Yes, and then in paragraph 40, it identifies the allocation of those amounts of money. If that could just be brought up, and to include paragraph E, please. And then in paragraph 42, you have identified how much has been expended. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I take it that not all of the monies having been received expended, some will have been allocated for, as you say, mid to long-term support. Mm.
So all the funds have been allocated, and yes, some is for mid to long-term support. Absolutely.
And you've also got what's called a 3-year recovery program.
That's right.
Yes.
That runs across the 3 years that has already commenced.
Yes. Can I ask what the difference is between the mid to long-term support grants and the 3-year recovery programs? What's the difference between those two?
Yes, so the 3-year recovery program is Red Cross recovery officers on the ground working with communities to help communities in their recovery. So it's running events, be that barbecues or school holidays events or whatever a community needs at a local level to help it come together and help it in its recovery. The mid to long-term support is primarily financial and other direct assistance to people who've been impacted.
Thank you. I'll come back to Captain Glover and Mr. Clement in one moment. I just wanted to go to another document that's part of the Society's submission. If I could please have brought up onto the page at ND.001.001.084.01_0003. And if I could have, please, highlighted the very last paragraph on that page, beginning during the bushfires. And Mr. O'Connor, if you wouldn't mind reading that, and gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind reading the last paragraph. And
yes, I've read that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Mr. O'Connor, if you wouldn't mind speaking to that, because as you mentioned, there has been some public criticism of charities. I'm not saying that criticism is in any way justified, but I'm wondering whether the public criticism that came about flowed from either a lack of information being provided to members of the public, or whether there was some misunderstanding on their part, or alternatively somebody did not explain to members of the public how the charities operated, and so people had some misunderstandings about things.
Thanks, Council. I think it's probably a combination of all of those factors. So for the Society, we, as I've indicated, we're a federated model, so we collected the donations originally for one of our entities in New South Wales, and as the fires expanded and crossed jurisdictions, that state-based campaign became a national campaign. The Society's presence in the bushfire areas originally would have drawn on the Society's own monies that it had allocated to assist folk, and then as the donations began to come in, those monies would have then been allocated to assist with the provision of financial support to people in the bushfire areas. I think it would be true to say that with the speed at which the fires were moving through the country and the speed at which the society, its members and its paid employees were responding, there wasn't the time to keep things like websites up to date on a weekly basis to indicate how much money was coming in and where it was being spent. It's certainly true that since the bushfires have receded, the information that we provide to the public through the website has been updated quite regularly. We indicate how much money we've received, we've indicated where the money is being spent and how much money is still to be spent moving forward. So the comments from various parts of the community about the large sums of money being raised, I think, was perhaps a lack of information and knowledge about just how long it takes to get money through to people, and the fact that all of that money being provided is not wisely spent all in one go, but it needs to be allocated over a period so that it helps communities get through, one, the crisis period, then the recovery, and then the third stage of getting on with their life. In terms of the part where the document refers to a lot of increased reporting, I think because there was some public comments about the lack of monies being spent, the charities then were being asked to provide regular information to various Commonwealth departments about the money that was being raised and where it was being spent, so that we were reporting and still are reporting to a number of entities within the Commonwealth on where that money's been spent and also where the emergency relief monies are being spent. So the ACNC was partly put in place so that charities would only have to report once, and that information could be used by multiple sources. What we found in response to the bushfire criticisms around the donations was we ended up reporting to many bodies within the Commonwealth.
Thank you. And as you mentioned, thank you, Mr. O'Connor. As you mentioned, the society, in your submission, the society is accountable to the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission, and it complies with all appropriate fundraising laws and the Australian consumer law as well. So there are safeguards built into the system.
Well, we believe that there are. We believe that we're accountable, but we are also understand that at a time when there is a lot of community interest to ensure that monies that have been donated are going to that cause, we also have an obligation to ensure that we provide accurate, up-to-date information about where those donated funds are being used, where they're being channeled, and what our plan is to use any funds that are still sitting in accounts. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. And Captain Glover, if you could express your views on the matters that I've just discussed with Mr. O'Connor.
Thanks, Council. Look, completely agree with what Mr. O'Connor has just said. I'd probably add a couple of things. One, I guess, given the scale of this particular disaster, the whole community was traumatised. So one of the things that was of concern was the ability to receive information in a trauma state. We know when we deal with individuals who are traumatised that that's a problem, and I'm wondering whether that was part of the situation over these bushfires. We provided updates as regularly as we were able, and again, also having to comply with the request from the Commonwealth Government that Mr. O'Connor alluded to, as well as providing information on our own websites. We also worked clear about the extent and the nature of recovery, that it would take a long time. Again, I'm not sure that cut through, given the amount of communications that was happening at the time and the actual disaster itself. I guess for us, like my colleagues here on this panel, we use an evidence-based approach to responding to disasters, and that's how we plan and that's how we deliver. if there's a way to communicate that better to the Australian public when we're outside of a disaster, when there's less emotion and trauma happening, then that might be a thing that we could probably improve upon. But that would need to be a coordinated response, I think, across charities and government. So they're probably the two extra comments that I'd make to what Toby has said. Thanks, Council.
Thank you very much, Captain Glover. And Mr. Clement, do you have anything you'd like to add to what has been said?
I would just add that from our perspective, we've sought from very early to talk about the long-term nature of recovery, as Captain Glover talked about, that assistance would need to be provided in different stages, and also recognising that many people don't come forward for assistance immediately. It can take many months, and we're still seeing new people come forward for assistance for the first time now. And that people's needs as an emergency unfolds do change, and it's critical that support is provided to people as those needs emerge. But I would agree, very important that we continue to communicate publicly, and very important that we look at really an evidence-based understanding of what does good recovery and good fund distribution look like.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clement. Mr. O'Connor, one of the matters mentioned in I'm just changing now to a different topic, sorry, same topic but different question. One of the matters mentioned in the submission by the Society was the example of the Mayor of the Blue Mountains Combined Donations Trust. I was wondering if you could speak to that briefly, and as to whether that might be a sort of model that might be rolled out in the future for the purposes of centralising fundraising or centralising the use of funds that have been raised.
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Council. So that example that we cited was one where a mayor took the lead, involved local charities, including the Society. Monies were essentially pooled, and under the mayor, decisions were made around where monies could be spent, and I guess where the efforts of charities and their volunteers should be directed. So that our feedback from our members was that was a very successful model of delivering into a local community, and I guess we wonder whether that might provide a bit of a framework upon which we could perhaps move forward in future, so that you've got regional people who are locals banding together and making decisions around regional matters, but also then including local folk as part of the, I guess, recovery out of the trauma, to be active decision makers about what happens in their community. And pooling the resources of charities and of government assistance, I guess, also would suggest that there would be less chance of inefficiencies creeping into that approach. Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Captain Glover, do you wish to add anything to what Mr. O'Connor has said? Were you aware of the Blue Mountains Combined Donations Trust?
I personally wasn't, but our teams on the ground who were in the Blue Mountains may have been engaged in that particular space. I guess we would agree with anything that is community-led recovery. We think that's really, really important. The only concern I would have would be we are set up under a particular DGR status, our tax deductibility, which doesn't actually allow us to share donations across other agencies. So as we collect them, we are responsible for delivering them. So that's not to say that we can't and we don't work together with other charities and other agencies, but it would, for us, would require a significant change in the way we operate as our charitable status. And we would need to take that one on notice, depending on what the actual proposal actually was, to provide a fuller comment on that. Thanks, Council.
Thank you. I suppose it may also require a legislative change as well to enable you to share things.
Well, certainly with our status as authorised by the ATO, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the legislation requirements are, but certainly my understanding of our status under the ATO would require a change to that, most definitely.
Thank you. And
Thanks, Council.
Thank you. Mr. Clement, were you aware of the Mayor of the Blue Mountains Combined Trust, Donations Trust?
So if this is to do with the Blue Mountains bushfires, yes, both aware and personally involved in that arrangement. So, yes, absolutely. And Red Cross contributed the funds we had for direct relief into that arrangement, but we also had recovery activity that was separate to that arrangement, and there were, recovery plans in place. So the trust, the account itself, or the fund itself, was to provide assistance to the community, and we sat on the panel that was involved in making those decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Gentlemen, same topic but different question. Has the emergence of new fundraising platforms such as Facebook and GoFundMe affected, or do you know if it has affected the donations that might be received by your respective organisations? And I'll ask Mr. Clement first of all, if I may.
So from the bushfires, we certainly were very aware of it, and it's a trend that we see increasing. We did not see an impact on our fundraising. In fact, I've checked, and 90% of our donors were actually new donors, and certainly our fundraising team's feedback to me is that they saw it increase. They didn't see it, impact the level of donations that we were receiving.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Mr. Captain Glover?
So our experience was similar to the Red Cross. The Australian public were very generous in this disaster, and we, as I assume the other charities did as well, use those social media platforms to promote. So we didn't see an impact in our donations on that.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Connor?
Fundraising is not my expertise. I can't really provide any informed comment on that. I didn't hear any observations from my colleagues in the jurisdictions that our donations were being negatively impacted by other social media type initiatives, and certainly there were a number of specific Catholic Church related groups that specifically gave to the society, and I guess a lot of folk were, to use the term, return funders for us, return donors. Thanks, Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. Gentlemen, there is always more questions one can ask, but I think I might ask the Commissioners if they have any questions for you.
Why, yes, we do. Just a comment first. Captain Glover, I appreciate for not recognising your rank in the Salvation Army when I first introduced you. My apologies for that. But I do appreciate what was quite a compassionate lens that you looked at on the issue of public information early on in the natural disaster and what could be done into the future for future natural disasters. So thank you for that. I will go to Commissioner Bennett first for a couple of questions. Then I've got one. And then we'll call in Commissioner McIntosh for any questions he might have.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just picking up a little bit of I've got three little areas I want to cover. The first, I've got a little heading for myself called coordination and information, and I'm picking up a little bit from the very useful one-liner in the Salvation Army submission, which said that in terms of looking to the future, that there needs to be a clear pathway for community and charity efforts to be coordinated. And I guess I've got a couple of questions in relation to that. And I'm looking at if I can look at it this way, as the NBRA. And as a standing organisation that might help coordinate things nationally. And asking you about your interaction with the NBRA and with each other and with smaller charities and local community groups in terms of working out how best, and I know there's a reference that sometimes you go to different towns and you do it that way, but are there lessons learned in the recent situation that would help you say as to what you think is the best way forward? Because it seems to me that could deal with questions of oversupply in a particular location of of goods that make the logistics so difficult, that matters you spoke to. So I'm looking to the future and what you've learnt now on that aspect of coordination. And in that, if you could comment, and obviously very briefly, on how you best coordinate with each other and also with the smaller charities, because clearly, the Australian public has great faith in each of your charities, which is evidenced by the enormous sums of money that people so generously gave. But there are a lot of smaller charities that popped up, often very community focused or locally focused, that you must have had to interact with. So if I can go first, perhaps just to Mr. Clement, who's on my top left of my screen.
Yes, sure, Commissioner. So coordination happens at multiple levels, I'd say first. So at the very local level, as you mentioned, is where that coordination, particularly with the smaller charities, I think happens best. And that's often where the recovery planning happens at a very local community level, statewide level, and then national. So I guess we would say it depends on the scale of the disaster where you need the local, state and national. But I would certainly agree that where you have a disaster that covers multiple states, as we've had in this occasion, the additional layer of national coordination is very helpful.
Thank you. And are there any? Oh no, I was going to ask if there are any particular lessons learnt from this last coordination aspect of the last lessons that you would particularly point to that would be helpful for the future, other than having, I assume what you're referring to is a national standing recovery agency that can help national level coordination where the disaster is of that extent.
So I think the key lesson for us is be clear where coordination of recovery is happening from the outset, so that we all build on rather than duplicate processes for coordination. So there's coordination currently happening in a local, community, state, national. Each of them plays a different role. If we can be clear what the role is and have that clarified and set, I think it will make it easier, and also have recovery start as soon as an emergency happens, so that it is prioritised and people are clear how that will be coordinated.
Thank you.
In future, I think it will be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Captain Glover, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I think Mr. Clement outlined our views on that as well.
Thank you.
Making it clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor, did you want to add anything?
Commissioner, just in terms of the first part of your question, I think the National Council traditionally is not a service provider, and so our role in coordinating things in the bushfire space was quite new for the society. And in a way, it reflects the Commonwealth's activity in this space as well. So it found that once the bushfires went over multiple jurisdictions, it had a role to play. And certainly the Prime Minister and ministers were very active in calling a number of significant roundtables to try and get some early coordination. The establishment of the National Bushfire Recovery Agency was an excellent idea, and I think they would really be providing a framework to move forward where the Commonwealth and the states can, if they get agreed protocols in place now, responding to future crises where that impacts across more than one jurisdiction with the Commonwealth overlay will be a significant advantage to what was being, I guess, worked out on the run as we responded to the fires.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, that's very helpful. The second thing I want to go to now is the questions of information, and there's the general one, and then there's a specific one that one of you has raised in your submission. There's been a lot of discussion about, and understandably, as you know, we've had it from the community, of the difficulty of having to tell your story multiple times. We've had, you've all raised the difficulty of information sharing, and this leads to all sorts of things, including, and what I'm going to use, and I don't mean this in too pejorative a sense, but double dipping, which can also mean that available funds don't go always to some people because other people are able to access funds from multiple sources, if I can put it that way. And partly that it might be deserved in some cases because there's a real difference that's going in there, but sometimes information sharing would help. But none of you have referred to the fact, I understood that the Commonwealth during the last Sorry, I'll come back to that. There are two issues that seem to be raised there. One is the inability to share, and the other is one of you, I can't remember who said there's a difficulty in different interpretations of state and federal privacy acts, which I'll put to one side because I would have thought that that should be able to be dealt with by a really good set of lawyers somewhere, but that's a different issue. But rather looking at the fact that in the last in this last disaster, the Commonwealth did, I thought, amend the Privacy Act to allow for information sharing. Did any of you
an exemption.
To create an exemption? That's what I mean. Sorry, to create an exemption to allow certain information sharing in this recent period. Didn't that help? And none of you referred to it, so I just wonder. Captain Glover, I'll look. You're smiling first, so I'll look at you first.
Look, I remember it being spoken about, but we were unaware of anything that, well, at least I was unaware of anything that came out formally about that. So we continued to apply our processes as we understood them to be.
Okay. I assume, however, that if there was an appropriate exemption to apply to enable you to share information with each other charities and other state and territory and Commonwealth appropriate agencies, that you'd all support such a thing.
For sure, and I think the other thing in that space would be an agreed platform and format in order to actually share the information. I think that would also, there's a logistics question about how the information is actually shared as well.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Was the Sir Vincent de Paul aware of that exemption, and did you utilise it? Do you know?
We were aware of conversations at the Commonwealth around that option, but I was not aware that it was in place. We would want to be satisfied that the persons who provided the information, that they were pretty clear that what they gave their information for. It would not be as straightforward as the Commonwealth says we can do this. We'd probably need to think about that.
I think there was clearly a requirement for consent.
No problems if there was consent at all, and we would certainly encourage that in these times. Yes.
I wasn't suggesting for a moment that information was given out without the consent of the particular person who gave the information. Mr. Clement.
So yes, again, agree. People giving consent is critical, and in this situation, a lot of data had been given very early in the disaster, and I don't know whether that consent was provided. We were certainly aware of arrangements, and as I think has been provided before to the Commission, worked with Services Australia to try and access some information. I would say our practical experience was a great willingness from them to support us. The actual data that we were able to access was pretty limited and didn't give us in the end what we really needed.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. I'm going to turn. I've got other questions about information, a specific one about a suggestion of access to bushfire data, but I think I'm going to run out of time because there's something else I want to ask you about. Getting to the question of transparency, there's a big issue about, we know that there were issues about actual or perceived concerns, with the way in which the monies were being expended. And I think in particular, I think the Salvation Army submission refers to very extensive information on websites. And so on one hand, I'm assuming all of you have all of the information on your websites about how you're going to utilise the money over what time frame and the objects to which those monies are going to be put. And I'm assuming that if you haven't already had it, that you will make sure it's there in the future. But what more can you do than put that information out there to give greater knowledge to the public about what you're going to do with the monies that are being given? Do any of you have any suggestions? Because I did note the extensive website information that I think specifically the Salvation Army submission referred to, and I've assumed you all have that. I think it was your submission. I'll go back to Captain Glover again. Sorry to go to you first again, Captain Glover, but it was you're the one who put all that information out there. Have you? I mean, you've obviously put everything there you can think of. Is there anything else you think you can do to get to the public that sort of information and understanding?
Look, I go back to what when I was speaking to Council earlier. I think one of the issues was that the whole nation was in a bit of trauma looking at the bushfires. So information taken at that point maybe not be the right time to communicate the level of requirement to do recovery. So I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity to do a public education campaign, for want of a better description, outside of disaster times, to help the Australian public understand how recovery happens. I guess for us, we've been responding to disasters for well over 100 years, so we're really clear about what we need to do. Whether that's shared with the Australian public or not, clearly there's a gap there. So I'm happy to be part of anything that requires that, help that bridge that gap.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Clement, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I'd add that this is why we've talked about the need for clear standards around emergency response and recovery that are evidence-based, that we can point to and that we can measure what good does look like, because we do think that there's a clear issue of perception of what good distribution of funds looks like compared to the evidence that we're certainly aware of and what we talk about publicly. So something that we can each be measured against in a disaster, that we can point to as the clarity of that evidence and why we're doing what we're doing, would be very helpful.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connor?
Thanks, Commissioner. We would see that the Royal Commission itself has two roles to play. One is as an objective, independent body to reassure the Australian public that the donations are being well used, if that's what the Commission finds, and secondly, that is part of an education for the Australian public about their trust in the common good and the role of charities in future responses to crises.
Thank you. No pressure.
No pressure.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one last specific question because it intrigued me, and I thought at first it might have been from St Vincent de Paul, but I think again it's the Salvation Army, and that was a concern about the naming of evacuation centres and a suggestion that the names be changed because of uncertainty as to who is entitled to go there and what they do. Do you want to just explain that?
I'm just trying to. I don't have to submit that paragraph in front of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get it up. It's. Oh no, I've got to find it myself now. Just a second. It's at NND 001 00324.01_0012. I think that's it. Yes, it is. And it'll come up now, and you'll see that is the paragraph, the second paragraph, and the recommendation.
So I guess this is a perspective that we have from some people, some feedback we've got from community members, that they don't necessarily see themselves as evacuated because they've obviously had to leave, but they don't see themselves that way. So we were suggesting that another way to help people understand that support was available for them was to actually call them emergency relief centres, and helping people understand that they're at risk or impacted individuals.
I see.
So I guess from us, we did experience some people who felt that they weren't evacuated, so therefore they weren't entitled to go to the recovery centres in order to receive some assistance. And the fact that they were called evacuation centres stopped that, I guess.
I see.
That was some feedback that we got from our experience.
I understand that. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Were you familiar with did you get any notification of that sort of problem from the St Vincent de Paul workers?
That's not a matter that has come to my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Clement.
Not that I'm particularly aware of.
Okay, no, I was just intrigued by it. So thank you for helping me out on that, and thank you all very much for the evidence you've given and the explanations that you've afforded us.
Thank you. And I know we're having some video freezing at the moment, but we'll keep pressing on. I'd like to just go to and ask St Vincent de Paul. So, Mr. O'Connor, a question. I'll go to your submission, which is VDP.500.001.0003. that up. And if you can start with the second paragraph as stated, and then, yeah, that should be good right about there. Mr. O'Connor, can you see that?
I can, Commissioner.
Okay, just a concern, it being a national natural disaster arrangements as the Royal Commission. So it starts with a sentence, as stated on the website, donations were distributed to individuals in bushfire affected areas in ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia and Victoria. The third dot point in general, donations received from non-bushfire affected states such as WA, Northern Territory, Tasmania and overseas obviously were pooled. I think some people in WA and Tasmania might debate that, and Northern Territory, that they weren't bushfire affected, and in fact no, to Tasmania and Northern Territory to a lesser extent, but WA had some significant fires and there were families and individuals affected over there. So for each of three of you, first of all for Mr. O'Connor, if you could talk to that, I'm sure there's a framework issue here in that. But then my next question is, did any of you approach any of the affected families and communities in WA as an example?
So thanks, Commissioner. The way that the Society collected its donations was through a portal, and it allowed individuals to allocate the money to a particular state where they chose. Where they did not choose, those monies went into a pool that was then divided by the CEOs of those jurisdictions where the bushfires were. So when a person donated to the National Appeal for the Bushfires, they clearly understood that they were donating money to the bushfires as described in the ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia and Victoria. There was an opportunity for people in WA to be donating to their own appeal for bushfires and other relief. But in terms of what became a national appeal, it was important for us to be really clear to donors that if you were giving to this appeal, and also for people overseas, that the money was going to bushfire areas in those states as part of that sweeping Black Summer bushfire area that we covered.
It's interesting. So that wouldn't have been a national appeal then, just in my interpretation. If does that
so
you first.
The appeal was national because that's where the bushfires were identified as those donations going to.
Okay. All right. No. Thank you for that. So St Vincent de Paul would have provided some support if required to those states, but not necessarily out of that appeal. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That's right.
Thank you. Mr. Clement, Red Cross, the same?
Yes, no. So we said that we would provide support to any bushfires that happened since July of 2019. And I note in my statement, I think it's point 46, that we have provided support to people in Tasmania, Western Australia, Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory.
And thank you. I appreciate your clarification there. And Captain Glover.
Thanks, Commissioner. Ours is a national appeal, and we also provided support to, as required in WA and Tasmania and ACT, but noting that it was not as significant as the other states, particularly that's New South Wales.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but we did have a number of individuals and public submissions from those areas, less so from Northern Territory, WA, that were impacted, and I was just interested to make sure that actually there was dispersal of funds in areas that around Australia that were needed, and if not, what the issue might have been. But you've clarified that for me. Thank you very much. We will go.
Commissioner.
Sorry. Yes.
Commissioner, we use the Commonwealth Government's definition of bushfire affected areas to define those jurisdictions.
Okay, so you would have used the DRFA classifications. Would that be correct? More than a more general approach.
Yeah, the government disaster recovery. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
But us providing funds to victims of bushfires in other states that they just weren't seen as part of this massive Black Summer fire.
Yeah, interestingly, to come under the DRFA, those states have to act to have that function work. So that was why I was just interested in whether there was a mechanism issue there. Okay, we are having issues with video, but we'll keep going. Commissioner McIntosh, do you have any questions? I think the issue is becoming bigger than that. We'll just pause for a second.
Is he good to go? Yeah, he's good to go now.
Commissioner McIntosh, we don't have video of you, but we should have audio. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Thanks, Chair. In your submissions about information sharing, you've all discussed the idea of sharing information between charities and government. I noticed you didn't mention, or I didn't see you mention, sharing information with insurers and the role of insurers in that loop. Do you think that including insurers in information sharing arrangements would be beneficial? And did you do any sharing of information with insurers during this process? I'll ask go to Mr. Clements first.
So would it be beneficial? I would, again, come back to what are the sort of controls for people over their own information, so subject to people's agreement. We certainly reached out and contacted insurance companies in terms of high-level information on impacted communities and areas. My recollection is they likewise have similar restrictions in what they're able to share, but certainly insurers often have information about properties that are impacted, and that was a significant issue for us, was the information on rapid damage assessment was often, not up to date, and it may be that insurers had better information that we weren't able to access that could be useful.
Anything to add from Captain Glover or Mr. O'Connor?
No, nothing for me. Thanks, Commissioner.
From the Society's point of view, Commissioner, we leave it to our members at the local level to have a face-to-face discussion with folk and then determine the financial assistance that's provided. We generally don't provide hundreds of thousands of dollars, so we're around 3 to 5. And, clearly the Society's been doing this for many years, and we're quite confident that the decisions made by those folk on the ground are pretty accurate. Would having information from insurance agencies assist in that process probably questionable in terms of the amount of monies that we're distributing?
Thank you. Well, I might just ask one more question to Mr. Clement. You mentioned a standard before about the way that charities engage in this space. Just to probe you a bit about that, do you see that as necessarily being linked to a verification process to ensure that those who make claims about adhering to such a standard, that they're actually meeting it, or you'd like just a bald set of standards that charities can play to?
So I was suggesting a set of standards for all players actually in emergency response and recovery, so that we can all be held to the same standards about what does good emergency response and recovery look like that's really evidence-based.
Great. Thank you. Nothing else from me, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner McIntosh. Mr. Tokley.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for the witnesses. If they could please be released.
So Mr. Clement, Captain Glover and Mr. O'Connor, thank you for joining us, and you are released. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks so much, Commissioner.
So Mr. Tokley, I think we've got a community witness now. If the system, I'll look to the back, is the system capable of doing that? Yes. So we will hear the community witness. We will adjourn after that, and we will reconvene at 14:30 this afternoon. All right, we'll go to the community witness.
Now, can you please tell us your name and your occupation?
My name's Justine Douglas, and my occupation, I'm a business owner. I own a wedding and events business with my sister here in Brisbane.
And can you tell us how you came to live in Fairfield, Brisbane?
In 1995, my partner, Jeff, who I have since married and had children with, we were looking to move in together, and I lived in a neighbouring suburb of Annerley, and we took a drive one day and drove to Fairfield, and we both said, wow, this is an incredible area. We were looking for an old Queenslander to move into. It had beautiful parks. It was a small suburb. It just had a really charming feel. It was close to the Brisbane River, and it's 5 k's from the Brisbane CBD, so very convenient for, to get into the city and everything. And we ended up driving down a lovely little street and found a house that had a for sale sign, and we actually bought it. So.
And you built a new home in around 2010, is that right?
We did. Well, after living in our previous house, we were there for 15 years. We went on a morning walk each morning and walked through the streets. We'd always get down to near the river, and there was a beautiful street called William Parade. And we always just went, we would love to live in this street. Half of the street is a park. One side of the street's a park. The other side had homes that were in need of renovation or knocked down and rebuilding. And it was just at the end of the street at William Parade is Brisbane Corso, where again, there's a beautiful amount of parkland area right on the Brisbane River. So for some reason that parade was charming to us, and we had an opportunity in 2008 to purchase a block of land which had a very old post-war home that was in very terrible neglected condition, but was a good house block size, and we had the opportunity to buy it. So in 2008 we bought that block of land. We then put our other house on the market and sold that, and then went into the process of designing a brand new dream home for our gorgeous block on William Parade, which we took 12 months to sort of plan and get plans drawn up and everything, and then the build started in 2010. So the start of 2010 they started the build for the home.
And when did it get finished?
We pretty much pushed our way in the week before Christmas of 2010.
Were you concerned about the prospect of flooding?
No, well, when we built our home, we did have to build to the Q100 flood level. So when Brisbane flooded in 1974, we looked at the flood mapping, saw that the water rose to a certain level in 1974, and there was a Q100 building regulation code. So any habitable living needed to be above that line. So when you are on our block, you walk up a couple of steps to the front porch, we walk in our house and then up another 8 steps. So it's about 1.8 off the ground when you actually get into habitable living. Our garage is on a slight slope, but all of our living area is above the Q100 line. So we thought, yep, that's okay. Not that it really ever crossed our mind. We realised after a few years of living in the area, the reason why there was so many beautiful parkland areas is because, the area did flood in 74. But when you're building a home when you're buying a home in 1995 and building in 2009, 2010, sort of don't really think that that's ever going to happen again. And that surely in this day and age, there's things that are done to prevent any situations like that. So perhaps we were naive, to think that it wouldn't happen again. But we, in good faith, loved the area and then thought that's a freak of nature, as is cyclones and, bushfires and everything like that. Surely it couldn't happen again. So we went about building the home.
Yeah. And so you just moved into your new home just in time for Christmas 2010.
We did.
And then you said it was raining. Can you take us through what happened next?
It was just drizzling, like constant sort of rain. And for Brisbane, that's it's really unlike Brisbane to be like that. But I only recall it because we were moving furniture in and doing that. And it was like, oh, it's still raining. So it was muggy. And the windows were, getting all misty. And I remember Jeff's, we invited our families over for Christmas Day because, we're in this amazing brand new home and we wanted to show it off. So my husband's cousin was there. And he sat there on Christmas Day and went, you guys are going to flood soon. This rain, it's going to keep up and you're going to flood. And we were just like, Mick, stop being an idiot. Don't be silly. Yes, we're close to the river. Yes, there's rain, but, you know, we've built above the Q100 level. We're fine. Tuesday, it would be the 9th of January, I think, without checking my calendar. So the river flooded on the Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday it was rising. Thursday was the king tides. So my sister and I went and set up a wedding on that Tuesday. So we were on our way to Cleveland, and that was at about midday on the 11 o'clock midday on the Tuesday. And on the radios there was, you know, sirens, flood warnings. You know, beware Brisbane River. Anyone in a flood zone, you know, look at what your plan is. And again, looking back, I was completely naive. And was just like, this seems a bit extreme. You know, it's rain. Yes, we've had rain, but it just seems a little extreme. I didn't even think stupidly, hang on, what about our house? Let's investigate. Let's jump online. Let's look at flood mapping. Let's look at 74 or anything like that. To me, our house was built above Q100. So we, you know, if we got water to our front step, that's okay. It's just water. So we went and set up a wedding. We're on the way back and my husband rang and said, honey, I think you better get home. Where are you? And I said, oh, we're just heading back from Cleveland. He said, I think you better get home. It's looking, you know, from everything I'm hearing on the ABC radio, it's not looking good. And I said, okay, cool. He then rang again, said, I've just been visited by the SES. They're asking what is our evacuation plan. And I was like, oh my God. So I got home. We just tried, because we'd just moved into the home, we'd put a lot of stuff in the garage to sort through, boxes that had been in storage for, you know, a good year and a half while we were building our home. So there was a lot of some furniture, boxes, everything, and we just started going, we need to get everything up to the first level of the home, out of the garage, just in case water gets into the garage. I was outside as we're going through some stuff and I look out and there's trucks down our street, moving trucks. And I'm like, this is extreme. What are these people doing? And they had lower houses on the ground. I went, well, that's fair enough. They're probably worried about things getting wet, so they're moving their furniture out. So there was a number of trucks in the street and people, you know, getting as much stuff as they can into cars or vans. And I was still calm, and so was Jeff. And he's like, that's okay, you go. So I left that afternoon just before dinner and went and stayed at my sister's in Tarragindi, keeping an eye on the news and hearing the warnings further and looking at the news. And I had dinner, put the children to sleep, spoke to Jeff. He was going down to the river each on the hour with the neighbour that's behind us that actually has a house on the Corso. So he and Les were going down to the river and just saying, look, it's rising. I can see it, you know, visibly rising. He called and said, look, it's broken its banks, but it's still in the parkland area. And so I then went, okay, cool. Everything seems to be okay. If it's still over the road and over the park and it's still at the river, you know, I still wouldn't have considered that it would rise to what it did. About 1 a.m. that morning, which was Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, he rang. And my brother-in-law came downstairs to where I was staying in their house with the kids and just said, Justine, we've got to go. Jeff's on the phone and we've got to get him out. So I was like, oh, okay, great. Jumped in. We had a van, our work van, which is an I-load van. We took that because we thought we could put some stuff in the back of it, you know, in a hurry. So Roger and I drove to our home. We couldn't get into our street from the top end because it sort of dips down, so there was a lot of water on the street already. So we went round another street, got into William Parade, parked in the driveway, ran into the house. Jeff had all the lights on. You could hear water, so I could hear it gushing from one end of the street and the river was the other end. So it was starting to really start to get some volume. So we threw photo albums, financial records, just anything that we just thought we needed to do, threw it in the van, and the boys were getting some more stuff, and I just said to them, we've got to get out. Like the water was rising rapidly, like scarily. So the three of us jumped in the front of the van and we went to turn out to the street to go in the Corso, and there was a lot of water. We went to go down the next street. Again, there was too much water. We went down another street nearing us and pushed through with the water up to our tyres, up to our doors. As we passed, there was a car floating, so the volume of water had lifted the cars and things. So we drove out and we went back to Tarragindi, and I think at that stage it was all just a bit surreal. All day Wednesday, the water was continuing to rise. Jeff went down the street and got a courier mail, and we saw on the front cover, we could see the roof of our house because they'd taken an aerial shot over Yeronga Fairfield. And so I could see, stupidly enough, our children had got given a big octopus that was a pool toy, and I could see that the octopus was still floating in our pool. So in my head, I knew that the water hadn't risen over our pool fencing because it was fully glass enclosed and it was on the same level as the house. So I was going, okay, I can see that there's brown water in the pool, so obviously the river has gone there. So I knew that it had gone in the house at that stage, but to what extent we didn't know. We had a second level on the home, and that was the next thing. As it rose on Wednesday, we were so worried that the whole house might go under. So we continued to try and navigate our way through information via Facebook and news channels and phones, and we were at my sister's home on the Wednesday watching it unfold, but nothing we could do because we couldn't get anywhere near our home, near the area. So it was we felt really, really helpless. So Thursday it started to the water started to go down, and it happened quite rapidly. And then by Friday morning they were allowing cars into the streets. Obviously they were making sure that there were residents to get back there. So I remember driving down the Corso and seeing our neighbours, and it was just the shock, the initial shock of seeing, our dream home, our brand new home, our 3-week-old home that we'd, just moved into, and again, water. I thought, water's clean. River water is not. It's horrible. It's silty and it's muddy and it's awful. Like walking in and just going, the plaster walls had caved in from the velocity of the water. We looked.
How high had the water gone into your house?
It had gone a metre into the habitable living area, so it had gone up and in. So our garage had gone fully under, and we went in to look in the garage and see what the water damage was. It was like a washing machine. It's like the river flooded in there, turned everything upside down. There was a pool table that we had in there, a slate pool table that was tipped up on its side. Like, I can't imagine, what was happening, but the force of everything. So then we went inside. So office, bedroom, downstairs, bathroom, kitchen, lounge, dining, veranda, laundry. So all the new appliances that we just installed, everything. You opened a drawer and it was just full of mud. It was full of water and mud.
And you said there were lots of people around, lots of volunteers.
No.
Can you describe the support that you got in that immediate aftermath, and what worked well, what didn't work well about that?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Amazing to see Brisbane and the greater community, not just, obviously all of our neighbouring, the suburb that we're in, and all our neighbours were affected. They couldn't help, but people from far and wide, from Chermside, my brother-in-law bringing over the school bus with all those teachers. Beautiful. People knocking at the front door going, Justine, I saw on Facebook, I used to work with, someone who knew you, and I just thought I'd come and help. People knocking at the door saying, hi, I'm here, do you need help? And I said, look, I think we're right. We've got about 45, 50 people in our home at the moment. Cousins came.
In terms of people volunteering and coming to help, was there any overarching coordination, or was it literally just you telling people what to do? Yeah.
Well, it was myself, and I had a friend that came in, and she's I was a producer, a television producer, and she as well, a film and television producer. So she walked in and she said, oh my God, what are we going to do? And I said, right, what I need you to do is I need you to split it up into bathroom, pool, do this, we need to do this. And she's like, okay, we can do this. And I went, cool, I need you to help direct people, because everyone was coming to me, and Jeff was outside trying to do the outside cleanup. Everyone was coming, just going, what do you want me to do? And friends rocked up and they were crying. And I'm like, it's okay, it's all right, we're going to be fine. And they were visibly in tears, and I'm like, please don't cry, it's okay, we're fine. So I was consoling people because they just couldn't believe the enormity of it. So yeah, coordination, you know, you just had to try and do and give people direction as much as you could, and as much as we thought that what we had to do. So we did that.
You mentioned that there were trucks coming to pick things up.
Mm-hmm.
Whose trucks were they? Who had organised that?
I think, yeah, from memory, the trucks were organised by Brisbane City Council. You know, they just had to get all of this rubbish, and they knew that they couldn't leave all this rubbish. And like every single house had just a pile of stuff, furniture, you know, in it was food from your fridge that was going off. So they knew that they had to do a really big cleanup operation quickly, otherwise it would get really festy and awful. So there was trucks constantly coming in. If there was stuff out the front, they'd load it onto the truck and off they'd go, just collecting, you know, all of the gear, whatever you had, you just put it out the front, and it was constant.
And was the Defence Force also there assisting?
Yes, yeah. So they had to stop people coming into the area, because at the start it was great, all these volunteers came in, but they had to stop people from bringing their cars in, because obviously the roads were really, really awful and muddy. They didn't want to congest all the streets with cars, so they asked people to park on a neighbouring suburb and walk through. But they had to try and contain the amount of people, because it was overwhelming for everyone. And that's, speaking from my experience, there was a lot of people would come to the door and say, do you need help? I'm like, no, but the people over the road look like they need some help. So please go over there. So you'd be turning people away often. And the Defence Force were there to help with just making sure people were doing the right thing, not bringing their cars in.
Can I ask you first to describe what that was like for you and your family,
mm-hmm.
how you rebuilt, how long it took, what that process was like, what kinds of support were available?
Mm-hmm. So by the time we rang the insurance company, it was three or 4 days after the event had happened. So we phoned them, and obviously we were way down the line of assessments, and they were getting, you know, so many hundreds and hundreds of thousands of phone calls from all these people for insurance. So we just gave them all of our details. So Suncorp were amazing to deal with. They said, we'll send out an assessor as soon as we can. It was a lengthy process, because they were trying to assess everyone, you know, all these people's homes. So they said, just sit tight. In the meantime, if you've got somewhere to stay there. If you need to go and stay in a hotel, we'll put you up in a hotel, and it's likely that we'll be able to put you up in a house or an apartment and pay you rent. That's part of our insurance, but we just can't do that until we assess your home. So because we were way down in the line, we stayed at families' houses for a couple of nights. So Suncorp then assessed our home and said, yeah, you've got substantial damage, and go and find somewhere to live, and your rent is covered until you get back in your home. By that stage, every rental property in Fairfield, Yeronga, every neighbouring suburb had been rented, because everyone was in the same position. So we moved to an apartment at Southbank, and we lived there until we got back in the home later in that year. Support-wise, yes, there was government funding for, you know, a one-off payment that we got right at the start, so you could go and claim that, which from memory, there was an $1,800 payment for people that were heavily flood affected, and then further assistance down the track. Community, I think that for us, the biggest thing was community support and family support, and that's, you know, that was everything. We knew we'd get our home back. We knew that we'd rebuild, and we were thankfully covered by insurance. I don't know how people got through without the insurance coverage, because it would have been tragic and awful. People supported us so much. The school community, we started our little boy in prep, and as I said, there was so much community support, and so many of the families that started their children in prep that year just went through exactly what we went through. So we were all trying to navigate our first day at school, taking our kids, and some of them didn't have school bags yet, and I remember we didn't even have a kitchen to make a sandwich, so I had to buy a sandwich from the bakery, and I remember just standing there going, this is not how the first day of prep should be for my little, I should be able to put a sandwich from my kitchen in a lunchbox. And I got myself, and I just went, that's silly, that's nothing in the big scheme of things, but it's the little things that you just wanted to be normal, but it wasn't normal at that moment. So yeah, for us, community support was fantastic. There was local support, there was local community groups. We got invited to a beautiful Taiwanese church service where they letterbox dropped, and they invited all of the people that from the flood affected area, and they said, please come along, we want to welcome you, we want to give you some morning tea and give you our blessing. And they handed us all a beautiful pack, and it had a blanket in it, and a $100 Visa card voucher for everyone, and some food, and they said, bring your children along, and they just wanted to show that people are out there caring, and it was beautiful. So yeah, there was a lot of support. There's a lot of people affected.
In terms of your area, did you have a sense of the proportion of people who were well insured? And were there people you were aware of who had difficulties with their insurance?
Yeah. Yeah, I know a number of families that weren't insured. They, as the flooding started to happen, so they didn't let it go like Jeff and I did, and they were pulling out their kitchen cabinets. They were actually unscrewing everything. They were on the river, and they didn't have comprehensive insurance because it was too expensive to insure their home on the river. So they knew as the river was rising, chances are they were going to go under. So they stripped their house absolutely bare in preparation for that. The majority neighbours next to us, they had a really small, low-level home on the ground which got completely inundated, and they were comprehensively insured, and they said, best thing that ever happened to us, we were going to knock the house down and build anyway. So they actually were going, it's made it easier because we can just knock it down, it's all covered by insurance. So there was people that did well, and there was people that weren't so fortunate. I don't know a lot of people that weren't insured, only a handful.
Were there any issues for you or for broader people within the community in terms of questions around what caused the water to come into the area and whether it fit within definitions of floods?
Oh, yeah. Well, because of the difference in who you're insured with and what they defined as floodwater from the river, but the water, for instance, in our street came from a causeway. So it came from both directions. And I know that there was people in a neighbouring suburb of Graceville that had a fight on their hands with their insurance. And you read it in community groups on social media where people are going that, there was concerns whether Westpac were covering flood insurance, but it covered everything else but flooding from the sky, but not flooding from a river. So all of those definitions, it was really sketchy. We were, again, very fortunate that Suncorp, had great insurance coverage, and we were completely covered from that side of things. So we didn't have any concerns with having to justify things. But yes, the whole questioning of all of those insurance companies and what they defined as floods, there were some horrific stories where people thought they were covered for flood, but they meant flooding from the sky, not flooding from the river.
In terms of insurance since then, what's the situation for you, and how do you mitigate your risk now and going forwards?
Well, I would never ever not have comprehensive insurance again on our house with full building and everything, but and I praise Suncorp for the incredible job that they did, but we went from a premium of $1,200 a year to it went up to over $12,000 in the end over the space of the 2-year period from the 2011 floods. So we would get our insurance premium and just be like, oh my God. And Jeff, my husband, is in finance and he's like, I'm going to shop it around. But you'd get on the phone and say, what's your postcode? 4103. Sorry, we don't cover that area. Like you just get knocked back.
So in terms of the effect on the neighbourhood more broadly, were many houses rebuilt? And if they were rebuilt to be more resistant to flood at higher levels? What was the effect on the built environment of the neighbourhood?
Yes. You cannot build on the ground level, and you must build. So there is the neighbourhood has gone through a change. There was many houses that were flooded that people got back to a state of moving into, and then knocked it down and rebuilt a new home. So there's lots of beautiful new homes that have been built in the area. So it certainly has increased the look of the area, but yeah, the regulations changed again, where you could not have any habitable living on the bottom level at all. You had to have garage and concrete garage on the bottom level. So everyone's houses virtually are going to 3 stories, ground 1 and 2, 1 and 2 being the living areas.
Some people being uninsured, did people sell out and leave the neighbourhood, or what happened with those houses?
Oh, people tried, but the property prices plummeted. It was just, they sold if they desperately had to. Otherwise, they survived sell a couple of years down the track, because the property market, it took a number of years to bounce back, and probably, 5-6 years before anyone would think about selling their property or think about getting a price that maybe was pre-flood price. So it took a long time to do that. But yeah, a lot of people stayed. I'm sure that, and time heals as well. I think that's a big thing.
Yeah. We've covered a lot of ground, but is there anything that we haven't discussed that you'd like people to know about in terms of things that could have been done better before the floods, during the floods, or after the floods?
I think awareness, and just being aware if you're in a flood zone, what that means. If you're in an area that gets cyclone, like be prepared for the worst, and hopefully it'll never happen, but just to really make sure that you are aware of that. And I kick myself now that I didn't even consider that, but I do recall in 2013, so we'd been back in our home for a year. Things are getting back to normal. There's still some homes that hadn't been finished in the street or in the neighbourhood, but we're getting back to normal.
Do you have any insights now that you look back on your own recovery process? Anything that you wish you'd known at the time, in the worst of it?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is just having the support and having the people, having the community, having people that can listen to you. They may not have gone through it, but listening to you, and those people that have gone through it, that get it, that just, can give you a hug or a cup of tea and go, it's okay to sit there and be in tears or be concerned about your family, or, as anyone that goes through, you try to be tough for your family and try to be strong for your children or strong for your partner if they're having a down day, but surround yourself with people that are there for you, and you will get through it. Time heals. It really does. And so just making sure that you have all of that support mechanism and community, and speak out. Don't hold it in. Talk to people and really make sure that you have the opportunity to discuss it with people, and don't internalise and just think it's all too hard and it's not worth it, because you will get through it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, you talking with us today.
Pleasure.
The Royal Commission has adjourned and will resume shortly.
The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon we have another panel session. Concerns wildlife, livestock and pets. And we'll have two witnesses. The first is Ms Leanne Taylor, who's the Chief Executive Officer, New South Wales Wildlife Information Rescue and Education Services Incorporated, often referred to as WIRES, and Dr Rachel Westcott, who's the Coordinator, South Australian Veterinary Emergency Management Incorporated, often referred to as SAVEM.
Dr Westcott, Ms Taylor, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
And I understand, Ms Taylor, you'll take the affirmation?
Yes, thank you.
Ms Taylor, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Dr Westcott, you'll take the oath, I understand.
Correct.
Dr Westcott, do you swear by Almighty God the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies, can I ask you please just to state for the assistance of the Commissioners what your role is within your organisation and give a brief outline of the work that your organisation does. And if I could start with you, Ms Taylor, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of WIRES. WIRES is essentially a wildlife rescue and rehabilitation service, handling around about 100,000 rescues each year, and we operate under the licence of National Parks and Wildlife Service in New South Wales.
And Dr Westcott?
Thank you. Yes, I'm the Coordinator, Public Officer and frequently Commander of South Australian Veterinary Emergency Management. SAVEM is a Tier 2 responder in the South Australian State Emergency Management Plan, and our role is to assess, retrieve, triage, treat and return to habitat owner or suitable long-term shelter animals of all species in all hazards emergencies.
Thank you, Dr Westcott. And Dr Westcott, I understand that in addition to being a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, you also have another doctorate?
Correct. I have a PhD from Western Sydney University School of Medicine in Public Health and Emergency Management.
Right. And in a former times, you were also a policewoman, I understand, as well.
Correct. My first career was as a police officer with SAPOL.
Thank you. How did it come about that SAVEM became a two-tier response and recovery agency in South Australia?
SAVEM began in 2009 after the Black Saturday bushfires of February in that year, when a veterinary colleague of mine who was currently the emergency management emergency management manager at Primary Industries, the two of us joined forces and had a look at arrangements in South Australia for animals when the next big fire happened here. We found those arrangements to be insufficient to mount a sufficient response. So we put together what we call the SAVEM plan. We recruited some other veterinarians, 6 in total, and we wrote that plan over the next few months, took that to the State Response Advisory Group. It went up for approval through the SRAG and was incorporated into the State Emergency Management Plan in 2010, late in the year.
And as a Tier 2 response and recovery agency, what does that involve? What are the? I take it the firefighting agencies are the Tier 1 agencies.
That's correct. Yes, SAVEM as a Tier 2 responder. We operate and are activated under Primary Industries, who lead the Agriculture and Animal Services Functional Support Group. So we are activated when an emergency occurs. Again, it's all hazards, all species. And that activation, then we will go through the correct briefings with the hazard leader, with the control agency, and then we will be sent out to parts of the fire ground that are safe. We have a very good relationship with the emergency services. We've built up that trust and credibility over our 11 years that we've been in existence, and we will be granted access to a fire ground quite early in the history of a going fire. So usually within 48 hours, we will be allowed access to
part of that fire ground, the controlled section or sections that have been declared safe.
Thank you, Dr. Westcott. Ms. Taylor, is WIRES also included as an agency in the state response, New South Wales state response matters?
We're a member of the ASPA committee, the Agricultural and Animal Services Functional Area Committee under DPI, who are triggered during any emergency, and so we operate through that committee.
Thank you. And in respect of the last bushfires, the 2019-2020 bushfires, what role did WIRES play in the last bushfires?
Yeah, look, we were called on to rescue animals across several of the major fire areas, both with the RFS and with the National Parks and Wildlife Service. Rescue and humanely destroy animals that had been fire affected.
And when you say we, are those professional staff or professional and non-professional staff?
Both WIRES employees and WIRES volunteers.
Yes. And
those that had the necessary fire training.
Right. And how many WIRES employees are there with the necessary fire training? And could you also say how many volunteers there might be with the necessary fire training?
There were 42 volunteers that had the accredited fire training, but not all of those were utilised. And I think there were up to 5 employees.
Mm-hmm. And for how long were those persons engaged, in the sense that were they deployed throughout the whole of the bushfire season or only periodically?
It was periodically at different times over that the period that the fires were underway, because obviously they moved in New South Wales through different areas. So early on it was in the Hawkesbury region and the Gospers Mountains fire that covered the Hawkesbury and the Blue Mountains, and then later on in the Eurobodalla and Eden Monaro area and some of the far southeast.
Thank you. Dr. Westcott, in terms of the call out of SAVEM during the last bushfire season, the 2019-2020 bushfires, could you give an outline of the role SAVEM played during the last bushfire season?
Certainly. SAVEM was activated on the 20th of December for the 25,000 hectare Cuddly Creek fire in the Adelaide Hills. The Kangaroo Island fires started at the same time but escalated later in the year, almost right at the end of December. Our activation to the Cuddly Creek fireground was the largest fireground we'd been to since the Samson Flat Fire of 2015. That fireground was intensely burned because it burned 25,000 hectares over 8 hours roughly. So we deployed teams there from the staging ground, which was managed by the SES and the CFS, deployed teams on rapid assessment teams to search and rescue, and euthanase where required, bring animals into care where they were well enough. They either may be animals who needed to be treated and then sent to a carer, or were ill enough to be sent to a wildlife hospital, which we used at Clearland Wildlife Park in the Adelaide Hills also. So we were monitoring the Kangaroo Island fires while we were in action at Cuddly Creek. We were then deployed to Kangaroo Island on the 3rd of January with a first assessment team who were quite shocked at what they saw with the number of animals that were deceased and the apocalyptic nature of the landscape. So we then were able to scale up that response, and we were actually active for 83 days during that summer. We were still down officially on the 10th of March. And on Kangaroo Island, we were able to deploy the field hospital that we have. We didn't do that at Cuddly Creek simply because we felt that the fireground was insufficiently secure to have that in a safe place, with public access being quite easy at that point. So Kangaroo Island we were able to deploy that field hospital and have veterinarians from SAVEM and from some other agencies operating in the field hospital, as well as sending out our field teams.
When you're operating in the field hospital with other agencies, does one or more of the agencies have a coordinating role, or how does that occur?
That's a very good question, because the Kangaroo Island fire had been going for a couple of weeks before we were deployed there, and the local veterinarians had really essentially taken control of that response before actual extra personnel were deployed there. So it was challenging to coordinate that response. It was less than ideal. We have addressed ways to deal with that in the future, because the other agencies, apart from SAVEM and apart from the Joint Task Force veterinarians who were there, none of the other agencies had emergency management training. And to have best practice animal welfare in emergencies, you first need best practice veterinary emergency management. Because they hadn't trained to that in any other role, things like chain of command, using the Australasian Inter-Service Incident Management System, they were concepts that were unknown to the other agencies, which was challenging. We managed as best we could, but because of our after-action review process, we have been able to address how we would deal with that in the future.
Thank you. And if I may go to Ms Taylor now and to Wires. Ms Taylor, when members from Wires were deployed, who performed the coordination role for your members? Was it the members themselves, or was there another agency involved?
It was essentially it was paid Wires staff, and that would be in collaboration with whoever the agency was that had actually required our attendance. So it was different in different areas, but I would reiterate what Dr. Rachel was mentioning there about the lack of protocols where multiple agencies are responding, particularly if they're unfamiliar with Australian wildlife or best practice. We saw some similar issues.
I take it that Wires is only concerned with wildlife and not, for example, livestock like cattle and
Only wildlife.
Only wildlife. And Dr. Westcott, does SAVEM also deal with livestock such as cattle, or does it?
Yes, SAVEM works with all species. We're a multi-species agency. We have veterinarians with experience with all species, and we will respond to any event where any kind of animal is requiring assistance. We also sometimes support primary industries, our hazard leader. If there is a large livestock response, we will send teams to supplement their own teams if requested to do so.
Right. And is it the case that there is a difference in terms of resources or agencies involved, whether it's livestock or wildlife in South Australia?
Yes, I think that's a lesson we've learned from the last fires of the last summer, that where a multi-species response is required, we do need, each species needs to have its own protocols applied. Fortunately, because we train to AIMS gives us that flexibility to be able to do that. But that's something that I think was not recognised perhaps as well as it could have been, that we need to distinguish between the differing needs of different species in terms of operational response. And we have put processes in place just through our after-action review and debriefing process to address that. And that's a work in progress over this peacetime season, is to make sure that we have those sorts of protocols outlined as to how to deal with a multi-species response effectively.
Thank you. And Ms Taylor, in respect of Wires, did Wires also notice the difference between, for example, the treatment of livestock and the treatment of wildlife?
I think there was a greater focus on livestock through the ASFA committee managed by DPI. Definitely the reporting around that would indicate that there were greater resources dedicated to livestock, and I think the agencies like the RSPCA were probably more committed to the livestock response as opposed to the wildlife response.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that you had both trained persons and also volunteers, or paid persons working for Wires and also volunteers. Were there any issues surrounding the use of volunteers during the last bushfire season?
Look, I think volunteers, given that, Wise has now more than 3,000 volunteers, that it can be sometimes more difficult to coordinate with volunteers, and they obviously have different expectations. So probably going forward, Wise providing them with much more comprehensive training, I think would probably lead to better outcomes.
Yes, I can imagine having untrained volunteers in fire-ravaged areas or areas where fires are still taking place may be problematic.
Yeah, look, and I think there's an enthusiasm to attend to as many animals as possible very quickly in a situation like that, where there's so many animals in need and there's a lot of distress. So reiterating to volunteers that they shouldn't enter the safety at the fire zone without the correct training is critical. And I think those incidents were probably minimal.
What happens to the animals that can't? Obviously, the animals that can't be saved have to be put down humanely. But for those that might be saved, what happens to those animals? Do they go to animal shelters? Do they go to people's homes? How are they dealt with?
Look, in New South Wales, and I think probably for most of the states, wildlife care is essentially largely in-home care. There are a number of wildlife hospitals and various sanctuaries, but the majority of care in New South Wales is in-home. So they would go to facilities on private property with trained volunteers for rehabilitation.
Thank you. And Dr. Westcott in South Australia, what's the situation there?
SAVEM is a 100% volunteer agency. So all of our people, including myself as the coordinator, are volunteers. But we train our volunteers to a mandatory and non-negotiable priority culture of safety. We don't allow anybody on fireground unless they have undergone at least our online and level 1 face-to-face training workshop. During the summer, we received countless phone calls and emails from people wanting to come and help, to join the response immediately. Our answer to them is, I'm sorry, you cannot come because you are not trained, you may not be safe. People die on fire grounds, and we would rather you come along and train with us during peacetime and then come out and join another response. The other part of that is that we have built up a very strong relationship of trust and credibility with the emergency services. It takes not many mistakes to have that undone and that hard work of 11 years undone. But it's mainly a case of human safety. We do train to, as I said, a non-negotiable culture of priority of safety of human life. We have a training program which has been extensively reviewed in the light of the last summer's fires, and that is completely non-negotiable, and we put people onto fireground only who we're satisfied will be safe, be able to come home to their family at the end of the day, and also be reliable, safe and volunteer members.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I understand that there's a proposal to take SAVEM national in terms of the model that you've got.
Correct, yes. During or immediately after the fires, or just really before that we've been stood down, we have had discussions with turning the SAVEM model, which is a successful model. It's been tried and tested over 11 years now. It's, South Australia, with the SAVEM model, has been the nation leader in veterinary emergency management for that decade and a bit. The proposal is to use that model and apply that in other jurisdictions, obviously adapted because the states and territories have jurisdictional control over responding to emergencies, and they're not all the same. There are minor differences. So Veterinary Emergency Management Australia, Veterinary Response Limited, has been formed. We're really also looking at that in parallel with the AUSMAT program, which was formed after the Bali bombings in 2002, which began being run out of Darwin at the National Crisis Care and Trauma Response Centre, critical care, I beg your pardon. So SAVEM we are looking at that, and we are in the process of rolling out the SAVEM model to other states and territories. Veterinary Emergency Management Australia, FEMA, will take some time to be instigated to be developed in other states and territories, but we're well on the way with communications having been had with many stakeholders, including all ministers of all relevant ministers, emergency services, agriculture and environment ministers in all states and territories. Responses are coming in now, and we have plans to roll that out nationally. We also hope that FEMA will be able to cross borders, that we'll be able to deploy assets that we have from one state to another to the place where they're needed the most. So it has been incorporated. We have ASIC and ATO documentation has been completed, and FEMA is well underway to achieving this, but it will take a few years, especially with COVID. COVID has slowed things up.
Thank you, Dr. Westcott. Ms. Taylor, is there any plan to take WIRES national, or is WIRES the national body?
Yeah, well, look, we did say during the response, as a result of the very generous local and international funding, that we would have a national response. And I think that the most appropriate way for us to do that will be to provide support to all the states, and we've started to do that in terms of funding and probably training and enhanced communication solutions. So I think that will be our role going forward, and potentially there may be an opportunity for key groups in the various states to come together and think about how to best support the wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector nationally.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor, I was going to that sort of was going to lead me into my next point, which is around fundraising and donations. And so I understand that WIRES received a substantial number of donations during and after the last bushfire season. And are you able to give us a rounded up figure of what those donations are?
Yes, I think the most current figure is $91 million, around $91 million, or just over.
And are there any restrictions that apply to WIRES which can affect the use of such funds, or is it principally that you must use them for the purposes for which they've been donated?
Look, I think it's for the purposes for which they have been donated, and in accordance with the objects of the organisation. The fund was set up as an emergency fund to incorporate bushfires and extreme weather events. And the fund was established initially in early November.
And have you expended some of those funds already?
Yes, we have. Early we established a grants program for wildlife carers and funded I think more than 240 groups and individuals nationally, as well as establishing a veterinary support grant and a number of other projects that we've undertaken since between sort of March and now to assist with sort of on the ground in both the response and recovery phase.
And is the amount of funds that have been spent to date or expended to date approximately $12 million or thereabouts?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that there remains a balance of funds available. Yes. And I understand from your submission that there's a proposal to consider ways in which those funds might be applied in the future.
Yes, I think the animal experience through bushfires is very different to the human experience, and that one of the considerations is the long-term impacts on habitat and how we can best utilise that funding for conservation efforts.
Thank you. Dr. Westcott, how does SAVEM get funded?
SAVEM is funded mainly by government grants for the Natural Disaster Resilience Program. When there is a large event like the last summer, we do receive donations from the public, but we are not an active fundraiser. So it's really a case of philanthropic donations, donations from the public, and grants from various corporate and government sources.
Right. And are those grants ongoing to fund you from year to year, or do they have a finite time?
They have a finite time, and each round of grants needs to be applied for separately on a competitive basis.
Yes. Does SAVEM engage in any sort of public calls for donations for its work?
No, not overtly. We do have a donate button on our website, but we don't see ourselves as that's really not our role. Is to go out and fundraise. We are a doing agency. We're operational. We prefer to use the funds that we have for the projects that we are running at the time, whether that's for training or whether that's for a piece of equipment. But we're not seen to be actively fundraising in the community as other groups do. That's just a choice of our board that we would prefer to use government grants that are available, and some corporate people. Of course, we've become quite well known over 11 years, and corporate donations are certainly more common. I wouldn't say they are common, but they happen more frequently than they used to in the early days.
Right. And I understand one of the points you made in your submission was the proposal of a wildlife centre of excellence. Could you speak a little about that proposal? Mm-hmm.
Yes, certainly. Although SAVEM is an all-species agency, all hazards, all-species agency, because the fires in the summertime were so wildlife-centric, obviously there was a great deal of concern and a great deal of discussion about how best to manage wildlife going into the future. Of course, these events, unfortunately, are going to become more common with the increase in frequency of extreme weather events. So in South Australia, we have the Cleland Wildlife Park. We were extremely... we collaborate with them a great deal when an event does happen on the mainland, and they certainly received many of the animals that we took from the Cuddly Creek Fireground, and some were taken from Kangaroo Island as well. Cleland Wildlife Park is also the home of the International Koala Centre of Excellence, and the idea in discussion before, really this is going back a few months now, really we're having discussions about how we could collaborate better and use the expertise that's resident at Cleland Wildlife Park with Dr Ian Huff, who's one of the leading wildlife veterinarians in the country, and their keeper staff are very highly skilled. So looking at the facilities there and how we could tap into that knowledge to improve best practice animal emergency management with a wildlife perspective. We're looking at developing some training programs run out of that facility, where we can have perhaps a 2-day course, 1 day of emergency management training, 1 day of wildlife medicine training, so that when we do have a resource-intensive event occur in the future, we can actually conduct just-in-time training for new people who will then be safe enough to go onto a fireground or incident ground with an experienced team, or be used in other roles. But the Centre of Excellence, we hope, is also part of the VEMA concept, so that we do hope that there will be similar institutions throughout the country over time in each state, where wildlife treatment protocols can be developed to consistent national standards using the resident expertise, and that will involve training more veterinarians and nurses in the specific skills that we do need more people with those sorts of skills in years to come.
And lastly, Dr Westcott, I would like your thoughts on what efforts, if any, could be taken to better protect both habitat and wildlife species in the environment before bushfires and during bushfires?
That's a very big picture question. I think we need to really work more collaboratively with other departments, because resources are not in great supply. Resources are scarce sometimes. So collaboration between environment departments, the emergency management agencies, and primary industries, so that we do have a great awareness of being able to use local knowledge, knowing where various species are, where their predominant species are, where the endangered species are, where we may need to focus a response more intensely where there are endangered species. Obviously, We need to be able to have trained responses when something does happen very quickly to get to relieve suffering. Communities really do have a human need to see that animals are cared for when something like this happens. Obviously then you can go into all the discussions about prescribed burning and cultural burning, all those sorts of things as well to protect landscape. But it's really a collaborative effort because we know these events are going to be more and more intense and more frequent and more fierce. I think everybody's on the same page. So upskilling, up-resourcing, extra training, all those sorts of things are going to be things that we're going to need going into the future. SAVEM and VEMA will address some of those things. And it's really about continuous improvement.
Right. Obviously with the proposal to establish VEMA, is there in existence at the moment any informal sharing of information or resources amongst veterinary societies in Australia for the purposes of tackling bushfires, or I take it that VEMA will be the first of those?
Yes, there is informally, particularly between perhaps the zoo veterinarians and other veterinarians who do work in the major wildlife centres, such as Healesville Sanctuary and Cleland, obviously in Adelaide as well. There is information sharing, but it's on a fairly informal basis, which is why we do need to establish some, a wildlife centre of excellence, the strategy for wildlife, the protocols that we hope to bring in so that we have consistency of treatment for animals in the best practice session, because certainly veterinarians with basic veterinary skills may not be experienced in wildlife, but they're always very eager to help. So we do need to make sure that they can be quickly upskilled and sharing those protocols formally, which VEMA will assist with, is because part of our predominant training will be initially emergency management so that people are safe, and then just a step behind in parallel, the wildlife treatment protocols so that we can make the best decisions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Westcott. Ms. Taylor, in relation to wires, is thought being given, or has thought been given, to how there might be better ways to protect wildlife from fires that have occurred and in the future?
I think more broadly, the best protection for wildlife is protection from broad-scale land clearing, and then restoration of the appropriate ecological fire regimes, controlling of feral herbivores in the environment and other non-native species that predate on wildlife, and some weed control where appropriate. So protecting the habitat is the best protection we can offer to native wildlife in the future. In terms of WIRE's role, we're essentially a first responder on the day-to-day basis for wildlife rescue, and we'll continue to do that. And hopefully, through the emergency fund, be able to support some of those major projects that will improve conservation efforts and habitat restoration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Commissioners, I have no further questions for the witnesses, but you may have some.
No, I don't have any questions, Commissioner Bennett. You always do. That's why I'm looking towards you now. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Look, it's interesting. Each of you come, as far as I can tell from what the evidence and the submissions are, from fundamentally a state-based start, and each of you now, as I understand the evidence, is looking to spread nationally to the extent that you can, or advice, support or assistance nationally. Dr. Westcott, through VEMA, you already did look at offering your model, or your model was, you had discussions about the model being used in other states, but now VEMA's been formed, I think, as recently as 18th of May 2020. And Ms. Taylor, you've spoken about, the ability now for WIRES, with it possibly in part from the monies that have been received from the public in the interest of wildlife. And I understand that not all of your work is coincident, because WIRES focuses on wildlife, and Dr. Westcott, you do all species, and you've given us evidence as to the fact that people who are really good at dealing with domesticated animals, for example, not necessarily skilled in all the wildlife. And you've talked about upskilling, and part of it looks to me as if Wires has a really good model going. I know you're also interested in habitat and that sort of development of habitat, as you just said. But it's fair, I think, to say that Dr. Westcott, as I've understood your evidence, you've developed a very strong operational model. Quite a well-structured operational model, including, training and all those sort of things in dealing with it. So I can't help but ask myself, why don't you sort of look at getting together? And surely there are ways in which Ms. Taylor, you said you're looking at other bodies that are doing the work in the same space. Dr. Westcott, you're very interested in taking the model. You've linked with the veterinarians, which I would have thought, I know you both deal a lot with volunteers, but veterinarians are also, very important, I think, in the space. And of course, non-wildlife species are also important because there's an awful lot of problems that go on there with things like bushfires. So have you thought about how you can work together going forward? Because it seems to me that it's an obvious question, if I may put it that way. I'll start first with Ms. Taylor, and then I'll ask Dr. Westcott to comment.
Yes, thank you. We actually have had an initial conversation and due to have another conversation next week about how we might work together. We're both part of a coming together of various ecologists and groups, including vets and representatives from all the major zoos and wildlife hospitals through Wildlife Health Australia, which will hopefully be a very big collaborative effort around how all these various parts of the puzzle can fit together to address the next situation, I guess. Our work, vets are critical to our work. We work with about 700 vets in New South Wales and certainly had some varying experiences throughout the fires, but we're very keen to work with VEMA around this national response that's planned to sort of bring together wildlife carers and vets, I guess, to get the best possible outcome.
Thank you. Dr. Westcott?
Commissioner, yes, as Leanne mentioned, we have already spoken and we are planning to speak again very shortly. Wildlife carers are really, really good gold. Wildlife carers are gold in a response. We really do need to tap into the resources and the expertise that some of the Wires volunteers do have, as we will be doing in other states. VEMA, really going forward, VEMA will be VEMA will be funded also by grants, donations and self-funding to a degree, but we will also need a guaranteed recurrent funding source to be sustainable over the long term. But certainly we need to tap into all resources that are available because SAVEM has veterinarians with equine and bovine and small animal, companion animal expertise and also wildlife expertise. But the volunteers and the expertise that is available in an organisation as large as Wires, we think that that's extremely beneficial to the whole wildlife population in the country. So yes, there will be collaboration is what it's all about, using those resources, and we certainly plan to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear it, I may say. Ms. Taylor, just going back to you from your last answer, it seems to me that what Wires is intending to do is to use some of the monies that are available to bring about a better national coordination with all relevant parties to ensure better preparation for and preparation for disasters and response to disasters in order to maximise the protection of wildlife. Is that really part of your goal now?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that takes on, that's going to take on various forms. There'll be this ongoing support for that much wider sector, something like 20,000 wildlife carers nationally who are regularly engaged in wildlife rescue and care. There's work with vets and there's work with other on-the-ground partners who are, engaged in protecting wildlife or restoring habitat. So it's bringing together all those things in a way that we can have the best impact.
And possibly utilising some of the ideas of training some of those carers and volunteers to enable them to go onto things like firegrounds safely and possibly even earlier in the response phase to get to those animals.
Yes, I think one of the things that we've realised is that we need much better and more consistent overall training. And while there's various legislation at play in different states around wildlife care, we can certainly develop something that's best practice, where we have agencies that can utilise volunteers and vets that can utilise volunteers that are trained and, as Rachel mentioned before, that actually understand what's required. Because they're very, very motivated to respond and to engage, and it's about making sure that they can do so safely and appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. You both have very thoughtful and productive methods, being utilised to try and do the maximum protection of both wildlife and all other species. So well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Now, I do have a question. Ms Taylor, you mentioned it might be a group, an organisation, or just an umbrella. Wildlife Help Australia? Was that a...
Health. Wildlife health.
Health. Oh, okay. That's good, because I couldn't Google help, but I can Google that. Okay. And so that coming together now to try and bring together a better coordination across making it Australia-wide and looking at better coordinated response in the future. Is that where you're saying that is working towards?
Yes, I think that's the various stakeholders engaged in that are being led by Wildlife Health Australia are some of the leading vets, the major zoos, some groups like WIRES, some funding bodies. So it's a really great umbrella to bring together all of those various parties, so that we can identify what the gaps are.
Okay, and who is the lead with Wildlife Health Australia?
That would be Rupert Woods.
Okay.
Dr. Rupert Woods.
All right. No, you're adding another part to the puzzle that we're bringing together here, so I just appreciate that. And we'll keep a close eye on that one. Okay.
I just have one quick question. Ms Taylor, do you have you, just because of when people got in touch with you and everything, do you know why WIRES was the one that was the recipient of so much of the wildlife-directed funding or donations? Is it because, WIRES is, certainly I'm from New South Wales, so where WIRES is very well known, but did you formed a view at all from hearing from people as to why so much went specifically to WIRES? And I'm thinking in part, the koalas, of course, played a big part, I think, in the response. And I'm thinking, for example, that Kangaroo Island, of course, was also a major wild koala habitat, and as the evidence of Dr. Westcott goes. I'm just wondering, did you get any feel for that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, look, I think WIRES is very long established, being more than 30 years and fairly well known, as you say. I think the other thing that probably sets WIRES aside from the other states and other groups is that there isn't actually another group that does wildlife rehabilitation and rescue on the scale that we do. So the scale is quite different, and so I think, when people saw the images of those koalas, that drove a lot of the international donations, and I'm presuming that people did their research and WIRES was sort of selected alongside some of those other human response agencies. So from that perspective, it was fortunate, but it comes with a responsibility to ensure that much, much wider sector and all of those animals nationally are supported in the best possible way.
I'm sorry, thank you very much. I have my microphone off.
Thank you. Commissioner McIntosh, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Chair. Just one. Before Dr. Westcott, Mr. Tokley asked you what could be done to better protect wildlife in the future, and one of the things you said was identification and protection of habitat in the response phase, so identification in the preparation phase and protection in the response phase. I just wondered whether you were in a position to judge how well we are doing that at the moment, that is the identification of key habitats, at least in South Australia.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think there's room for improvement. Sometimes there is a lag or a delay in identifying particular hotspots, for want of a better word, where there may be wildlife or animals of any species, birds, insects, that we need to particularly know about. Sometimes that's not possible because a fire may be so fierce or so dangerous, or the fire may be completely uncontrolled that you just simply can't get there. But to give you an example, the green carpenter bee on Kangaroo Island was some known pockets of habitat near Flinders Chase. We did visit some parts of that habitat where the bees were lost at Hanson Bay Wildlife Sanctuary, but there were pockets of vegetation unburned in Flinders Chase where we hope those bees, and we still don't know for sure if those bees have survived. The mapping of that would be, and access to that does need improvement, so we do need to be able to get into that habitat perhaps sooner, whether even if that's with drone technology, and some of that has happened. But I guess the bottom line in all of this is that to achieve best practice animal welfare in emergencies, you absolutely fundamentally need best practice veterinary emergency management, and that means that the overall application of the AIM system in a response that's where volunteers are trained to that means that where there is access to habitat, where there is a known threatened species, that can happen be deployed very effectively and very quickly. But there is more information. I think we need more information and more collaboration with the Environment Department so that we know what to expect.
Thanks very much. Ms. Taylor, did you have anything to add to that about how well we're doing in integrating that sort of information into our bushfire management plans and then using that information to prioritise responses?
Yeah, look, I think we definitely saw an issue with a lack of information and a lack of information flowing down through the various agencies to the response on the ground. I'd reiterate what Dr. Westcott said in terms of achieving the best animal welfare outcomes, and for that to occur, the agencies sort of directing the wildlife sector, the volunteer response and their veterinary access need to be sufficiently resourced to be able to coordinate that response. And that's where we saw some major gaps.
Thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner McIntosh. Dr. Westcott and Ms. Taylor, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We really do appreciate it, and you've given us a different aspect to the bushfires over 2019-2020 and additional aspects that we need to consider into the future. So we appreciate your evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioners. I have no further questions for Dr. Westcott or Ms. Taylor if they could be released from their summons.
They can be released from their summons, and thank you for what you're doing for the wildlife and animals across Australia. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Chair, that concludes this afternoon's panel session, and so we're able to adjourn now until Monday morning at 10 a.m. But there was just one document I would like to tender, which we received today, which was relevant to today's.
Yes, please.
And it's a document reference WIR stop 501 stop 001 stop 0001, and if that could become Exhibit 26 stop 28 stop 4.
So I'll take that document as marked as an exhibit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and that concludes today's.
And with that, we will adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday morning. Thank you very much.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday.